The board will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Tyus,
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Aldridge, President Green,
Present.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Keys. 12 present, you have quorum.
A quorum being present, we will be led in an opening reflection prayer by Alderwoman Alicia Sanye of this board. We'd like to approach the dais.
Good morning. Maybe this is my first time being up here. I am a little nervous for special order of the day. 10 years ago, the whole world changed. On August 9th, 2014, I sat in the lobby of the Betty Jean Kerr People's Health Clinic, working as a recent high school graduate and preparing to start college at St. Louis University. I was set to begin my studies in just 21 days. As I sat at my desk, helping people register for the Affordable Care Act, I saw my Facebook account flurrying. I started to skim through hundreds of images showing large groups of Black people gathering and police officers with dogs. My first thought was, why are people sharing images from the Civil Rights Movement? But I would very soon learn that these images were from the present day. I will never forget sitting at my desk, looking up at the TV screen in the lobby and seeing a Black woman who looked absolutely devastated as she interviewed with the reporter. Tears streamed down her face as she said, "Do you know how hard I worked to get my son through high school?" My heart was captured in that moment. I felt a connection to this heartbroken mother and to her son, who was my age, who graduated at the same time I did, who was supposed to be in my incoming college class. This mother, Leslie McSpadden, then asked people to attend a vigil for her son. I felt a deep call in my spirit that I needed to be in this place. So I called my friends, and instead of going to party that night as we were going to, I suggested that we make a detour and we go to the vigil. We went to Family Dollar and brought all of the cheap $1.50 candles we could. What I did know was that night would forever change my life. When I arrived at the vigil, my 18-year-old eyes saw things they'd never before, and my mind began to spin questions it never asked before. I saw the flames of candles, I felt the sting of pepper spray, and I began to wonder, as many people did all over our country, what was the root of this community's deep-seated anger and frustration? Why was Michael Brown's body left in the street for 4 hours? What are the interactions between the police and this community like on a regular, everyday basis? Is this the norm for community? Who gets to decide what is illegal? And who chooses to cite and arrest members of the public for their actions? Why couldn't we stand in one place to demonstrate? And why were we forced to keep moving? What did it mean for a majority white police department policing a majority Black community? What does that look like in practice? What systems has this created? How do we pull up a seat at the table and be a part of the decision makings rather than simply being on the menu? Without a doubt, the Ferguson uprising, spurred by the death of a young man from Ferguson, opened a floodgate and released stories recounting decades of police brutality and violence against Black and brown St. Louis, the criminalization of poverty, and the exploitation of the people by our own public government. Michael Brown changed everything. For the first time in decades, our communities had discussions that had been avoided for years on race, on class, on how we rely on police, on what public safety looks like. We confronted all members of the public, from law enforcement to public officials. We even held our own selves accountable. We were talking about St. Louis County, we were talking about St. Louis City, we were looking at fragmentation, we were analyzing our criminal justice systems, and we were talking about what civil rights really are. The Ferguson uprising called attention to serious injustice within our criminal legal system as the public began to realize that many attorneys and other individuals serving seemed to be missing some of the things that everyday residents were experiencing. Without a doubt, the St. Louis region and our country as a whole has shifted our collective viewpoints on how we interact with each other, on how we interact with police, on what conversations are okay, and we've learned to confront some hard truths. We saw the state legislator, surprisingly to be honest, pass some reforms, including caps on how much money Delwood, Ferguson, Florissant, Pine Lawn, and others could generate off of the traffic ticket citations. We saw changes in the court processes that exploited members of their communities for decades. There were even reforms that changed how municipal police could give out tickets and how prosecutors could pursue those. And little by little, we watched our court system and our criminal justice system take steps towards these changes and open up our conversations. My fellow members of the board, as we sit and stand here in reflection a decade later, I hope that we will all recognize that there is so much work left to be done. I challenge each of us, myself included, to revisit our Forward Through Ferguson report, which was drafted with help from Alderwoman Velasquez and Alderman Aldridge, and consider sponsoring legislation to help move some of these visions forward. I challenge our communities, the members of the public, the residents that I know we're all so proud to serve, to get involved in our government, to show up at your neighborhood meetings, to come to the Board of Aldermen to testify, to not allow others to make decisions for you, but with you. I challenge all of us collectively, our regions, whether you're a public official, whether you're a police officer, whether you're a forestry worker, whether you're a parent, whether you're a member of your PTA, wherever you are in your community, that we continue to go down a path of progress, that we push ourselves to be honest about racial inequities, economic injustices, that we look at the decreasing of our population, that we look at our city budgets always with a fine-tuned comb and always centering who we really serve. I think often to myself, as someone who knows that she would not be standing before you had Michael Brown not been murdered, as someone who knows that I've been on the receiving end of many privileges, I've had the opportunity to attend a university, I've gotten to graduate with a degree, I make a livable wage, I have health insurance, do my job, I get to decide what my day looks out through and out. But every day when I wake up, I try to remind myself that not everyone has this right. And I think of the many issues facing our city. And even though today, especially given some of the recent political activities, it can be easy to wallow and it can feel easy to lose hope, I feel extremely hopeful. I feel honored to serve with every single one of my colleagues. I am so proud of every difficult conversation that we've had. We've done things that we never thought we could, from right to counsel, to complete streets, to some of the important measures that we'll be discussing today that our residents have been discussing for a long time. I have with me some folks present today, and when approaching this, it was honestly just really an interesting thing because I've only ever spoken about this as an organizer, and so as Alderwoman, it gives me a different view. But what I really want to push us to do the day before this really big, important 10-year anniversary is to celebrate our wins, to celebrate our progress, to be proud of how far we've come and how much we've done. And then to look in the mirror and to push ourselves as individuals and our communities as collectives to continue upon the work because we are far from done. Thank you.
One of the folks who is being honored today is a few minutes delayed, and so I'm going to change our agenda just a little bit, go to introduction of honored guests, and then we will come back to our special order of the day in a few minutes. My understanding is she's just a few minutes out. So with that, any introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to have as my honored guest Ms. Henning, and I want to tell you why, tell the world why. On Tuesday in a church basement, in a time where unkindness, it's like people go out of their way to be unkind, Miss Mary Henning, I saw, heard, and felt her kindness. Tuesday was election day. It was my baby's first experience with voting at an election, in an election cycle at a poll. And sadly, her experience was tainted by some foolery here, again, in a church basement. But Ms. Hennings, your words and your actions calmed my daughter down more than I ever could. And while I didn't say it to you that day, I didn't say it to you Tuesday afternoon, because I didn't want to escalate the situation. I want to publicly say it now. Ms. Hennings, thank you for your kindness, for your actions that, again, I saw, felt, and heard, and my baby, more importantly, saw, felt, and heard in the example you set. So much has been taken from you. I pray for you. I want to make sure that you feel now that you are being heard, that you are being seen, and that we in the community appreciate you. Ms. Mary Hennings, you are my special guest. I'm honoring you today.
Thank you. Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. As my honored guests, I would like to have the Ferguson frontliners as my honored guests, young folks that in the St. Louis region that changed the world 10 years ago after the death of Michael Brown, did not go home, continued to advocate. Some moved from protest to politics, as our Congresswoman Cori Bush did. Some moved from protest to organizing, like Kayla Reed, and creating an organization called Action St. Louis that continues to educate people on political issues and housing justice and so many others. But I wanted to have them be my honor guests as the 10 years. And we've been gone from the Board of Aldermen for a while, and there's been several people that are near and dear to us that have gained their wings and now went on off to heaven. I just want to acknowledge one individual. I know we have a resolution for another, maybe one from the 10th will bring her up, but Miss Tammy Hollins, who was a phenomenal individual in the city of St. Louis. I mean, you could not see Miss Hollins without a smile on her face. A radio superstar, personality extraordinaire. She was just a great person who knew that she was battling with something and ended up going out her way. That she did. If you see some of the videos on Facebook, I think that's one of the most beautiful things is with knowing something was coming, she went out her way. There was a wake that was held here in City Hall, I want to say last week in the Rotunda. She looked amazing, and I just want to send love to her family because her family gave us somebody amazing. She spent a lot of time in the community and spent a lot of time away from her family. So I would just ask if we at the Board of Aldermen can take a moment of silence as we recognize radio extraordinaire, just amazing individual who done so much great stuff for the city of St. Louis, Miss Tammy Hollins.
If we could please stand and take a moment of silence for Miss Tammy Hollins. Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you for the reminder, Alderman Aldridge that did. Want to make sure I share, and we have a moment of silence for Shirlene Red Harrison. If you don't know who she is, just think about the bodacious, boisterous smile that protected us here at City Hall for so long. For so long, she was down. I know when I first came, she was down in the booth that's on the parking lot. So most days, she would be the first person I saw, the first person I talked to. And in those first years when I was so nervous coming into City Hall, she made me feel so welcome and so comfortable. And her family, keeping her family lifted up in prayer. The services are upcoming tomorrow and this weekend. And just, again, making sure that we don't let people like that touch us every day, that we may walk past and not think about as much. But I know she was clearly going through some things that she was battling through, but her testimony, how boisterous she was, again, her testimony, not just on social media, but here in person, made the difference, I know, and encouraged and inspired others that were going through some of those same battles. So, again, in our honoring this morning, I would like to also ask for a moment of silence for Shirlene Red Harrison.
We could please stand and take a moment of silence. Any further introduction of honored guests? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. We have lost a lot of people recently, and I'd like to ask again for another moment of silence for Mike Burke, street inspector with the City of St. Louis, who passed away at the end of July. I know Mike responded to my emails and was very helpful in getting a lot done in the city. And died way too soon. He was only 46 years old. So I would just like to ask for a moment of silence for Mike Burke in respect for him and the people of the Streets Department.
We could please stand for a moment of silence. Any further introduction of honored guests? Any further introduction of honored guests? Seeing none, we will move on to the approval of the minutes. Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the approval of the minutes from Friday, July 12th, 2024.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we approve the minutes from Friday, July 12th, 2024.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we approve the minutes from Friday, July 12th, 2024. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Report of city officials.
Report of city officials can be found in A, B, and C of the agenda and has been placed in the Google Drive for your review. Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for appointment to the Loughborough Commons Community Improvement District. The appointment of Bridget Flood. I respectfully request your approval of this appointment. Sincerely, to Shara O. Jones, Mayor.
Alderwoman from the 1st, you're recognized on Mayor Jones' appointments to the Loughborough Commons Community Improvement District.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we approve the appointments of Mayor Jones to the Loughborough Community Improvement District.
Second. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 1st, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 10th, that we approve Mayor Jones' appointments to the Loughborough Commons Community Improvement District. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for appointment to the Central West End South Special Business District. The appointment of Mr. William Kuling. I respectfully request your approval of this appointment. Sincerely, to Shara O. Jones, Mayor.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on Mayor Jones' appointment to the Central West End South Special Business District.
Hello? There we go. Thank you. I would move that we accept the mayor's appointment to the Central West End South Special Business District of William Keeling.
Second.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 10th, that we approve Mayor Jones' appointment to the Central West End South Special Business District. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Dear members of the board, I have the pleasure to submit the following individual for appointment to the Washington Place Special Business District. The appointment of David Kulinski, who resides in the 9th Ward. I respectfully request your approval of this appointment. Sincerely, to Shara O. Jones, Mayor.
Alderman from the 9th, you are recognized on Mayor Jones' appointment to the Washington Place Special Business District.
Thank you. I would move that we accept the mayor's appointment of David Kulinski to the Washington Place Special Business District.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 10th, that we approve Mayor Jones' appointment to the Washington Place Special Business District. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
That's the extent of a report of city officials.
Does anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off of any of our informal calendars? Does anyone wish to take any bills or resolutions off any of our informal calendars? Seeing none, we can dispense with line items 9, 10, and 11. First reading of board bills.
Board Bill 78, sponsored by Alderman Browning, an ordinance recommended by the Board of Public Service to conditionally vacate above surface, surface, and subsurface rights for vehicle, equestrian, and pedestrian travel in the western north-south alley in City Block 5043 as bounded by Arco Avenue, Taylor Avenue, Oakland Avenue, Kings Highway Boulevard in the City of St. Louis, Missouri, as hereinafter described, in accordance with the Charter Authority and in conformity with Section 1.4 of Article 21 of the Charter and imposing certain conditions on such vacation. Board Bill 79, sponsored by Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance authorizing the honorary street name Tuskegee Airman Way pursuant to ordinance number 68937, which shall begin at the intersection of Chestnut Street and North 13th Street and run west on Chestnut Street to the intersection of Chestnut Street and North 14th Street. Board Bill 80, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer. Driving as defined herein, containing penalty provisions of violation and containing the severability and emergency clause. Board Bill 81, sponsored by Alderwoman Schweitzer, pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on various blocks in the First Ward. Board Bill 82, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer and Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance to regulate employer and employee working relationships between the City of St. Louis and all employees under the Circuit Attorney Office, including the compensation plan, terms and conditions of employment, benefits, leaves of absence, authorization for a deferred compensation plan, repealing ordinance number 71693, allocating certain employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause and an effective date. That's the extent of first reading of board bills.
Reference to committee of board bills.
To Public Infrastructure, Board Bill 78, 79, and 81. To Public Safety, Board Bill 80. And to Budget and Public Employees, Board Bill 82. That's the extent of reference to committee.
At this time, we will go back to our special order of the day and first start by, we have a few resolutions to be introduced from the floor. So Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing courtesy resolutions number 105, 106, 107, and 108.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing courtesy resolutions 105, 106, 107, and 108.
Is there a second? It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing courtesy resolution number 105, 106, 107, and 108. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Valmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys.
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Valmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. 12 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th to introduce courtesy resolutions 105, 106, 107, 108. If those could please be placed at the end of the courtesy resolution calendar.
So noted.
At this time, I would like to invite back up Alderwoman from the 7th for the presentation of resolution number 104.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Madam Clerk, may you read the resolution?
Resolution 104, recognizing the 10th anniversary of Michael O.D. Brown's death and the birth of a national social justice movement. Whereas the civil rights and racial economic justice movement, birthed from the Ferguson uprising, will reach its 10th anniversary on August 9th, 2024. And whereas in recognition of this movement, we pause in our deliberation to remember and honor the movement that took a young man's life and gave rise to an international social justice movement. Whereas on August 9th, 2014, a Ferguson police officer shot and killed Michael O.D. Brown, an unarmed 18-year-old, and his body was left in the streets for more than 4 hours. And whereas in response to the Ferguson Police Department's killing of Brown, residents and members of the surrounding community gathered to protest the teenager's death and the historical inequitable practices of the Ferguson police. And whereas Brown's death and the resulting protests drew national and international attention to the systematic racism and judicial injustices taking place in Ferguson and other cities across the region and nation. Whereas the U.S. Department of Justice found that despite black residents in Ferguson comprising of 67% of the town's population in 2015, they nevertheless received 90% of all citations from police. They were arrested 93% of the time, they were stopped by police 85% of the time, and they were victims of nearly 90% of all documented use of force cases. Whereas in September 2015, the Ferguson Commission, its report Forward Through Ferguson, A Path Toward Racial Equity, released its findings and report, making 189 recommendations through specific policy calls to action based on 3 pillars: justice for all, youth at the center, and opportunity to thrive. Whereas among the calls to action include police reform around use of force policy, police training, civilian review and oversight, police response to demonstration, court reform around the protection of constitutional rights in municipal court, sentencing practice, and conflict of interest between municipal and circuit courts, supporting the whole child by addressing childhood hunger, providing child health care, screenings through school, reforming school discipline, and fostering conditions of economic mobility, including expanding access to affordable health care, employment opportunities with living wages, financial empowerment and generational wealth building, quality and affordable housing, and reliable public transportation. Whereas nearly 10 years later, this Board of Aldermen acknowledges that the Ferguson Commission's report and calls to action recognize that only a handful of recommendations by Ferguson Commission has been acted. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Aldermen of the City of St. Louis that we pause in our deliberation to recognize the 10th anniversary of the death of Michael O.D. Brown, the impact his legacy has left in the last decade, and the work remaining to address racial and economic injustices in St. Louis. We further recognize the important work of Ferguson Commission and recommit to addressing their calls to action, and we further direct the Clerk of the Board of Aldermen to include a copy of this resolution in the minutes of these proceedings and prepare a commemorative copy for presentation at a time and place deemed appropriate by the resolution sponsor. Introduced this 8th day of August 2024 by the Honorable Alicia Sangay, Alderwoman of the 7th Ward, and the following co-sponsors: the Honorable Megan Green, President of the Board; the Honorable Daniela Velasquez, Alderwoman of the 6th Ward; the Honorable Rasheen Aldridge, Alderman of the 14th Ward; the Honorable Laura Keys, Alderwoman of the 11th Ward; the Honorable Shamim Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman of the 10th Ward; the Honorable Ann Schweitzer, Alderwoman of the 1st Ward.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. With us today, we have a guest who is a board member. Leslie McSpadden is on her way, but this is a very emotional topic for her. It is about, the death of her son, and so it's just very sensitive on her. She's on her way, and I've just encouraged her, if she feels comfortable enough to come in and she wants to be up here, she's welcome to be. But if, she's processing and going through her own mental processes, that's okay. We do have Justin Hansford, who was here when everything happened and was a huge part of some of the work that came forward, and is also a member of the We Love Our Sons Michael O.D. Brown Foundation, which is a foundation that was started by Leslie McSpadden.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my sincere appreciation, and on behalf of the Michael O.D. Brown We Love Our Sons and Daughters Foundation, just really deep gratitude for this morning's citation. I was a law professor at SLU School of Law, and I was someone who was able to work with Ms. McSpadden to ensure that her case for human rights and civil rights went before the United Nations. And even just this past month, we argued before another human rights court that this issue is one that is significant and that is relevant to the public discourse and is central to the encouraging of the city of St. Louis to continue in its path towards justice and equality for all of its citizens. So once again, on behalf of the foundation, I want to express our deep gratitude, and I'm looking forward to seeing more work that the foundation is exploring in the upcoming 10 years to ensure that we have equality and access to fairness and justice for all of the citizens of St. Louis. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I don't really know where to start. As you know, a lot of folks have been asking, especially like in the media and just general folks, of 10 years later, how do you feel? I know for the two folks that was up there on stage, I know probably like y'all, how I feel is I can't believe it's already 10 years. I first, like Alderwoman Sonnier, found out about the death of Michael Brown via Twitter. Twitter kind of became our protesters' kind of news outlet, and how a young man body. I'm gonna take a pause.
Yeah. Gentleman from the 14th, do you want to proceed?
I can wait if Mom want to say something first. Okay. To Leslie, I love you. I know how this day to some is we try to remember and we try to take the positivity out of so much that came after it. But I know, as we've talked before, I know how this day to you, but tomorrow is very hard, and one of the days you try not to remember because you lost somebody who changed the world, but outside of that, you lost your baby boy. And you've given so much after that and had to pick yourself up instantly when the world was watching to try to put on a strong face, I know in the public, to be able to talk about these things, to give, I want to say comfort, but to give energy and to ensure that some type of justice was found after Darren Wilson murdered your son. I just want to say I love you. I was going to say something completely different about the 10 years, but I think that could come later. Just thank you for being such a strong Black woman and being able to allow us to be able to try to continue to uplift Mike Brown and try to ensure that his legacy lives on. And I want to thank you for all the great work that you do to make sure that his legacy lives on, and the work that you do to make sure so many other young black men legacies have lived on after 2014, and connecting with so many mothers across this country and speaking up and advocating about just the pain that comes with constantly losing a black life, especially to the hands of police officers that constantly get off over and over and over again. We go back a little further than 2014 with our families, and I just want to just say thank you. I love you, and the work that you're doing to keep Mike Brown's legacy alive is impeccable, and you're such a strong black woman. You remind me of my mama, and I just love you and thank you so much.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the board. First of all, I'd like to move that this board bill, resolution rather, be embanked. But during the
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 11th, seconded by the Alderman.
horrifying situation of.
Alderwoman, let me do the motion real fast to embank it.
Thank you. I got you.
Okay. It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 11th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we embank resolution number 104. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. That means now that every member of this body, every member of the Board of Aldermen has signed on as a co-sponsor to this resolution today. Alderwoman from the 11th, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, and good to see you, Mrs. McSpadden. I spoke with you shortly after your son was murdered, and we're gonna call it exactly what it is. I spoke with you briefly after he was murdered, and immediately, the day that it happened, I became like an unofficial photographer, taking over 3,000 pictures during the whole time span of the protest over this horrific incident that has rocked our nation and has really rocked the world. And this is horrifying on so many levels, but throughout this whole situation, you and your family have stood strong. You and your family have come together to make sure that his name is known and people know who Mike Brown is, and that will continue to go on for hopefully generations to come, because there's a lot that we have learned from this situation, and a lot of advocacy that has come from this situation. I thank you so much for being here today, Leslie, so that this resolution can be given directly to you here at the Board of Aldermen. And so that basically is it. And we continue to pray for you and for your family throughout this ordeal that you're still going through. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 10th.
Thank you. Sister, you know I'm not going to let you be in the room and I not say something. And here, I know 10 years later, sis, you probably have heard so many words. And from the first second, I know it has not been performative for you. It has been real for you. It has been your steps that nobody else could walk. As his mother, nobody else could walk, nobody else could feel, and most importantly, you don't owe an explanation to anybody about how you handle it. We should all be appreciative of the fact that you did not bow, you did not give in, and more importantly, you did not give up. And so you set an example here for mothers like us that are out here now raising our children day to day, thinking about if you think it can't happen to you, it can. And while you didn't take your pain and ball up and become bitter and not want to work with anybody and not want to do anything for the community, you did the exact opposite, and you continue to give back. And I see it. And you don't have to, again, explain that to anybody. because people that know, we see you, we love you, we genuinely care about you. We genuinely want you to be okay because we know when you are okay in your process, you are in a position to help so many others through the organization, through the foundation. So, sis, I just stand here in solidarity, in love, and continued prayers, and publicly, again, my support 100% behind the foundation or whatever you want to do to carry out this legacy of your beloved son. Sis, we love you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none. Your son has such a lasting impact on this world. And I know you know that, but we need to make sure that you hear that over and over and over again. There are so many of us on this body that would not be in the positions that we are today if not for this horrific incident waking us up, taking us to the streets, pushing for change. And I think I can speak for this body when we all recognize that 10 years later, we haven't done enough. There is so much more that's written in the Ferguson Commission report, that's written in reports that have come after that say that we need to change. And change is often hard, it's uncomfortable, it's sometimes makes us have to take a look in the mirror in ways that we don't want to look in the mirror. But that change is necessary. And I think we've seen in this new board over the last year a willingness to engage in uncomfortable conversations, to do the work that needs to be done. We have 2 Ferguson activists and a person who helped in writing the Ferguson Commission report now sitting on the Board of Aldermen. And that is amazing, right? That shows that the movement is alive and well, and that your son's legacy is alive and well as we continue to push for the changes that need to happen, even if they make us uncomfortable, even if they make us have to step out of doing some of the things that we thought that we would do. I never really considered myself an activist until 2014. And I think that's true for a lot of us. And so my commitment to you is that we make sure that your legacy, the legacy of your son, continues to live on, that we do the work here, we engage in the uncomfortable conversations, we do the uncomfortable work, we get comfortable being uncomfortable, because your son deserves to have those changes. And he deserves to, in 20 years, 30 years, 50 years, be looking back and saying, because of that horrific moment, St. Louis changed, the United States changed, the world changed, and we are committed to that. So I thank you for your strength, your perseverance. I know it is not easy being here today. You have a lot of folks that are standing here cheering for you, whose hearts are with you, and want to make sure that we're doing everything we can to make sure that Mike Brown is honored forever the way that he needs to be honored. So thank you for coming today. You want to say anything? Okay. Okay. With that, thank you very much. Alderwoman from the 7th, is there any final remarks?
I do have some final remarks just for you, Ms. McSpadden. I know it was mentioned before, but for me, I'm just incredibly, I don't know. I mean, it's part of why I feel such a need to fight so hard for justice, because if you can bury your son and still show up to the Board of Aldermen chambers the day before the 10-year anniversary, then I feel like the least I can do is push for change. And I hope for a world where we don't have to get transformational change as a result of Black blood being spilled. And I hope for a world where Black mothers don't have to mourn their children and their sons in this way. And I hope that my work and our work can help us to get to that world. But I just really want to take my hat off and commend you and make sure that it's on public record what a challenge this is for you. But I just have so much respect for you and will make no excuses for myself in doing the work, because if you can do this, then we can do our parts.
Anyone who would like to get a picture can now come to the steps. Yeah. We got to adopt the courtesy calendar first. Okay. All right. Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the courtesy resolution consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adopt the courtesy resolution consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we adopt the courtesy resolution consent calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. This time we will go back to the second reading and report of standing committees.
The following board bills were reported out of Legislation Committee with the due pass recommendation. Board Bill 61, Committee Sub as amended, sponsored by Alderman Browning, President Green, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, and Alderman Aldridge. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis an amendment of the Charter of the City of St. Louis, repealing and replacing certain sections of Article 13 to provide for the Department of Streets to become Department of Transportation, with authority and duties regarding streets and refuse and authority to plan, engineer, and design city transportation projects, transportation programs, providing for election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment and for the manner of voting and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 71, Committee Sub, sponsored by Alderwoman Velazquez and President Green, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis a proposed amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis that adds a new Section 2A to Article 2 of the Charter of the City of St. Louis, providing for election of a public advocate, and a new Section 13A of the Charter of the City of St. Louis, creating a new Office of Public Advocacy and granting the public advocate certain authorities and duties, providing for an election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment and for the manner of voting and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause and a severability clause. Board Bill 72, Committee sub-sponsored by Alderwoman Velazquez, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the city a proposed amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis, amending Article 4 of the Charter and enacting a new section, Article 4, to remove the cap of municipal fines for certain ordinance violations, providing for election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment and for the manner of voting, for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause. Board Bill 76, sponsored by Alderman Cone, President Green, and Alderwoman Velazquez, an ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis an amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis, updating language throughout the Charter to replace pronouns with specific titles, delete specific obsolete references, provide for modern method of advertisement, use modern departmental names, repealing and replacing Section 1 of Article 4 and enacting in lieu thereof a new Section 1 of Article 4, changing the name of Board of Aldermen to City Council and making similar changes, providing for election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment, for the manner of voting, and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause. The following board bill was reported out of Health and Human Development with a due pass recommendation. Board Bill 66, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, President Green, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderman Vollmer, Alderwoman Keys, Alderman Aldrich, and Alderman Narayan. An ordinance relating to Forest Park recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment and the Board of Public Service, providing for the execution and delivery of an amended and restated maintenance cooperation agreement between the City of St. Louis and Forest Park Forever, Inc., amending Sections 2 and 6 of Ordinance 61988, codified as Chapter 5.74.020 and Chapter 5.74.060, Section 8, Subsection 11 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, containing an emergency clause. That's the extent of second reading. Report of standing committees.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 66 to the perfection consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 66 to the perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 66 to the perfection consent calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Vollmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Keys,
Aye.
Alderwoman Tyus, Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Aldrich, President Green,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Vollmer, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderwoman Tyus, 12 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion. From the Alderwoman from the 10th, if you could please place Board Bill number 66 at the end of the perfection consent calendar.
So noted.
This time, I will recognize Alderman from the 9th on the suspension of the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 61 as amended to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you. First, could I add myself as a co-sponsor to Board Bill 66?
Yes, Madam Clerk, please make note of that.
And then I would move that we suspend the rules to move Board Bill 61 committee substitute as amended to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 1st, that we suspend the rules for the purpose of moving Board Bills number 61 committee substitute as amended to the end of the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Orion. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. You're
Aye.
mute. Thank you. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
13 aye votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the Alderman from the 9th. If you could please place Board Bill number 61, Committee Substitute, as amended at the beginning of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
With that, Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bills numbers 71, Committee Substitute, 72, Committee Substitute, and 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 71 Committee Sub, 72 Committee Sub, and 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of Board Bills number 71 Committee Substitute, 72 Committee Substitute, and 76 to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Orion. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. 9 aye votes and 2 no votes.
Members who are present are required to vote. Are Alderwoman Boyd, Tyus, and are they here?
They are, but they're not on the screen. So I can't see them. I can call them again.
Sorry.
Want me to call them again?
Yeah, I keep calling them because per the rules, they're required to vote if they are present.
Alderwoman Keys. Alderwoman
I'm sorry,
Ty-
I stepped away from the computer for just a moment.
We're voting on the suspension of the rules so that we can take up the board bills that we're here today to take up. So we're waiting for your vote.
I'm gonna go
Alderwoman,
with no.
Alderwoman Keys. Okay.
No.
Thank you. Alderwoman Tyus. Is she on? Alderwoman Boyd.
No. Okay. So I'll call another meeting.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Tyus.
All right,
Want me to do the vote?
go ahead and call the vote. Is Alderwoman Tyus still signed on? She is, but she's not voting. I mean, I don't know that we can count her as present if she's not voting and not responding.
She's just not voting.
I don't know.
I think
Are we good? No. Okay. Okay, she's on now.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Excuse me?
We've been waiting for your vote.
Oh, it's a no.
Nine aye votes and 5 no votes.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th. At this point, we will take up these bills individually for suspension of the rules. If Alderwoman from, where did she go? Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of introducing 71, or moving Board Bill 71 committee substitute to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 71 committee sub to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 71 committee substitute to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. No. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd. I'm sorry, Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Velazquez.
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Spencer.
Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderwoman from the 8th. You're required to vote if you're on the floor.
76.
71 committee sub.
71 committee substitute. This is suspension of the rules. Okay.
Alderman Oldenburg.
I'm asking you to vote yes to suspend the rules.
I have, oh, yeah, I do. Wait a minute. Okay. 6 aye votes, 7 no votes, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th. At this time, Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 72 committee substitute to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 72 committee sub to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 72 committee substitute to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez.
Aye.
Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. 11 aye votes and 3 no votes.
Motion, by your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th. If you could please place Board Bill 72 committee substitute at the end of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
This time, Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 76 to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Sanye. Seven aye votes and 8 aye votes and 6 no votes.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th. Right? Okay. Perfection consent.
Board Bill 57, sponsored by Alderman Cone, an ordinance pertaining to the transit sales tax imposed pursuant to Section 94.660 Revised Statutes of Missouri, as adopted by the voters of the City of St. Louis on August 2nd, 1994, pursuant to ordinance number 63168, creating the City Public Transit Sales Tax Trust Fund, directing the treasurer of the City of St. Louis to deposit funds pursuant to said sales tax into the City Public Transit Sales Tax Trust Fund, Account 1, appropriating $13,069,000 from the said sales tax for a period of July 1st, 2024 and June 30th, 2025 to the Bi-State Development Agency for certain purposes contained in the severability and emergency clause. Board Bill 58, sponsored by Alderman Cone, an ordinance pertaining to the transit sales tax imposed pursuant to Section 94.660 Revised Statutes of Missouri, as adopted by the voters of the City of St. Louis on November 4th, 1997, pursuant to ordinance number 64111, creating the City Public Transit Sales Tax Trust Fund, directing the treasurer of the City of St. Louis to deposit funds pursuant to said sales tax into the City Public Transit Sales Tax Trust Fund, Account 2, appropriating $13,069,000 from said sales tax for a period of July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2025 to the Bi-State Development Agency for certain purposes contained in the severability and emergency clause. Board Bill 48, sponsored by Alderman Aldridge, an ordinance relating to the appointment of and salaries of certain employees of the Board of Election Commissioners pursuant to Revised Statutes of Missouri 115.0445 and 115.049 by repealing ordinance number 71702, allocating certain other employees to a grade with rate, including an emergency clause. The provision of the sections contained in this ordinance shall be effective with the start of first pay period after approval by the mayor. Board Bill 44, sponsored by Alderwoman Spencer, pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps to calm the flow of traffic on various blocks in the 8th Ward. Board Bill 54, sponsored by Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, to calm the flow of traffic on the 1500 through 1800 blocks of McLaurin Avenue and the 8000 block of Church Drive. Board Bill 64, sponsored by Alderwoman Boyd, an ordinance directing the Director of Streets to install speed humps pursuant to ordinance number 70333, as amended by ordinance number 71394, to calm the flow of traffic on the 54 through 5700 blocks of St. Louis Avenue, the 4400 block of Arlington Avenue, and 45 through the 4900 block of Emerson Avenue. Board Bill 66, sponsored by Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, President Green, Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderman Valmer, Alderwoman Keys, Alderman Aldridge, Alderman Ryan, and Alderman Browning. An ordinance relating to the Forest Park recommended by the Board of Estimate and Apportionment and the Board of Public Service, providing for the execution and delivery of amended, restated maintenance cooperation agreement between the City of St. Louis and Forest Park Forever, amending Section 2 and 6 of Ordinance Number 61988, codified as Chapter 5.74.020 and Chapter 5.74.060, Section A, Subsection 11 of the Revised Code of the City of St. Louis, containing an emergency clause. That's the extent of board bills for perfection consent calendar.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adopt the board bills for the perfection consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adopt the board bills for perfection consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt the board bills for the perfection consent calendar. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman from the 8th. Here we go. Oh, here we go.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Having voted on the prevailing side as we considered board bill, the suspension of the rules for the purpose of moving Board Bill 76, I'd like to make a motion to reconsider the suspension of the rules for the purpose of moving Board Bill 76 to the perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 76 to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Point of order.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
I thought she was doing a motion to reconsider.
She is a motion to reconsider on the perfection or on the suspension of the rules.
That just means that you reconsider the vote. Then you have to take it to the next. You don't
Correct.
just
That is what we are about to do.
Okay.
Alderwoman, so once again, there's been a motion by the Alderwoman from the 8th that we reconsider the vote on the suspension of the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill 76 to the regular perfection calendar. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. 10 aye votes and 4 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion for the Alderwoman from the 8th. At this time, Alderwoman from the 8th, you are recognized on the motion to suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
Here you go.
Alderwoman from the 8th, I think the other mic is the one that's working now.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we suspend the rules for the purpose of perfecting Board Bill 76.
Sorry, we got to get the motion right. For the purposes of moving Board Bill 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we suspend the rules for the purpose of moving Board Bill 76 to the regular perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 8th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we suspend the rules for the purposes of moving Board Bill number 76 to the regular perfection calendar. This is a non-debatable motion. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer.
Aye.
Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer.
Aye.
Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. 10 aye votes and 4 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion. From the Alderwoman from the 8th, if you could please place Board Bill number 76 at the end of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
Board bills for perfection.
Board Bill 61. I gotta find it. Board Bill 61, Committee Sub as amended, sponsored by Alderman Browning, President Green, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, and Alderman Aldridge. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis an amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis, repealing and replacing certain sections of Article 13 to provide for the Department of Streets to become the Department of Transportation, with authority and duties regarding streets and refuse and authority to plan, engineer, and design city transportation projects and transportation programs, providing for an election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment, and for the manner of voting and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 9th, you're recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 61, committee substitute as amended.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. I move that we perfect Board Bill 61, committee substitute as amended.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 9th, seconded, I'm not sure by who, the Alderman from the 3rd, that we perfect Board Bill number 61, committee substitute as amended. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you. I'm excited to bring this forward today. The language governing the mission of our Streets Department was There we go. All right. The mission of our Streets Department was written in 1914, a time when the most popular car was the Model T, a car that boasted a top speed of 40 to 45 miles per hour. That language doesn't meet our needs today. Today, we know that our streets have become dangerous. The number of people that lose their lives while navigating our streets isn't decreasing, it is increasing, with nearly half of all pedestrian-involved crashes occurring in disadvantaged neighborhoods. Our fractured funding system leads to inequitable and incomplete results. Per the 1914 language, our Streets Department is only tasked with the maintenance of our roads. There is no single department in the city that is tasked with a focus on the safety of our streets, especially when it comes to pedestrians and bicyclists. Our streets are in poor repair, and that is not by any fault of our city workers who work hard despite our outdated structure. It is because our fractured funding system doesn't allow us to have a predictable funding stream that would help us create a paving plan. And without that paving plan, we cannot coordinate with utility companies, and our streets are torn up, sometimes right after we spend our limited ward capital money repaving them. It's time that we change how we do this. Changing the charter language, outlining the mission of the Streets Department into a Department of Transportation whose mission would include the safety of all road users in our city, is the first step in that direction. If voters in this city endorse this vision, we will be spending the months and years leading up to an effective date of July 1st, 2029, to enact a structure that empowers the department to fulfill that vision. It will take additional board bills to create a paving plan, coordination with utilities, create better planning in the department, improve our sidewalks, and establish predictable, recurring funding for this department. I appreciate the time that all of you have taken to discuss this with me and look forward to working with all my colleagues, the public, and our departments on the next steps to move towards a department that can comprehensively and equitably maintain and improve our streets. I ask for your favorable consideration today. Let's take this first step together for safer streets for everyone by sending this to the voter so that we can hear their voice and begin to address this dire need in our city.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. First of all, I'd really like my name to be added as a co-sponsor to this. Alderman from the 9th, thank you for working so hard on this. I am so excited by all of the enthusiasm and movement, both within the city and from constituents and from people who are working for the city to do this work. I agree with almost everything you said, except that this is the first step. I would not say it is the first step. It is a very important step, but we have made a lot of strides in the city of St. Louis to improve our streets in recent years, and I want to make sure we're acknowledging the hard work of the people who are working in these departments every day to make sure that safety is a core component of what's going on our streets. I do believe this is an important step, though, and I wholeheartedly support this legislation and look forward to supporting it.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I just really wanted to comment on this bill because this is the bill that I think has been the most talked about for quite some time. I think that the process of the Charter Commission was very complicating and frustrating for many folks, rightfully so, but I would hope that that would not stop us from being able to look at what is in front of us and considering what is being proposed. And at the end of the day, what this bill does is it proposes that we change the name of a department, and it proposes that we take a bit more of a proactive approach with our streets. I don't think that there are any city residents in any part of the city that would disagree with that. I think we all know that when we were campaigning, and even now as we continue in service, that one of the top things that people talk about is a lack of pedestrian safety. For those of us that serve on the budget committee, we heard departments and folks come and talk about right now some of the limitations of our systems and how they lead to inequity. Alderman Browning gave an excellent presentation at the Charter Commission where he talked about the history and the way that what we're doing is working, but he also acknowledged, I'm not gonna do anything bold to start. I hope to follow this up with ordinances and just to put something that would allow us to start the process of talking proactively about what happens with our streets. And so I know that we're about to take a vote on this, and I think that some of our votes are going to have to do with the process and how things work, which again, I think was challenging, was frustrating. Definitely could have been some things done better. But at the same time, this is one of the top issues that people in our city across the board raised, and this is a starting step. And I think that the bill puts us at a very reasonable, fair starting step. And so I just wanted to make sure that I put that on record for folks who are watching. And I hope that, while we take our votes today, that we will be ready to, come back and talk to our colleagues and go back to our communities and really explain to them why, despite them constantly complaining about pedestrian fatalities, while the constant complaints of the damage to their streets that happen, even as we talk about our struggles at Alders as having to fund all these things with war capital and having to be the planners for our wards and our cities, that it's not working, why would we vote no on a bill that is proposing that we change it? Certainly the process hasn't been perfect, but no process is. And this is such a beginning small step. And I think Alderman Browning has been very clear that this is a first step and that he's not trying to force things down people. He's trying to open up the conversation while also trying to address things that has been raised over and over again consistently. So thank you, Alderman Browning, for your work on this bill, for proposing something that is big and bold and new. But I think that that's what our city residents want, that they want something big and bold and new for our streets because it's a problem across the board for all of us.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to just raise some concerns about this board bill. I am very pleased with the work that Alderman Browning has done on this. However, I have to raise the concern that in talking about this bill, there is no requirement of any educational credentials for whomever the director will be. And I don't think that that is a good thing for any government agency to have the latitude to just place
Can we pass the amendment that
anyone
has to be
in these
it
positions.
has to be done by ordinance?
And I would like if maybe this that could possibly have further discussion and be placed on the the calendar for a later date.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I rise in support of this bill. First, actually, something that's interesting from what the Alderwoman from the 11th just brought up. Yesterday, the elevated 11th, I had to get loud on that one, brought up, there was actually an amendment that was passed to ensure that education requirement that you're talking about is in the legislation, that it has to be done by ordinance instead of being done within the charter. So that's something that we absolutely can revisit. There was concerns of not putting that language in the charter to ensure that we don't isolate potential candidates, and that should be something that we don't put in charter but actually put in ordinance. So that language, Alderwoman Keys, is actually in the legislation. Hopefully that can move you a little bit. But ultimately, I also support this piece of legislation. I know the Alderman has been working very hard on this piece of legislation. This is one that came from the Charter Commission that actually had unanimous support. I think this is an incremental way and step that we could start to address our transportation or our streets department. What it would do is be able to change the name from streets to transportation, and then it would at least allow us in the future to be able to create further ordinances to be able to have input on the department so that we can work with the streets department to make sure it's more efficient. I know the Alderman has worked not just with the Alder people, but also with the President's office and the Mayor's office to make sure that the bill can be somewhere that everyone is kind of agreeing and accepting to it. So I appreciate your leadership with trying to make sure that all stakeholders was at the table and even took in input and changed your original piece of legislation to make sure that it's a place that the department can get to. I know originally the bill said that this would go into effect in 2027. I believe that the Alderman added in language to 2029, something that would give the department and our Commissioner Bethany and all the directors more time to be able to make sure that this goes into effect in an effective way. So thank you. I know traffic and safety is not only your thing, but also the Alderwoman from the First Ward. This is something that is critical to the city of St. Louis. We continue, especially when you look at North St. Louis, we see more people that are being killed by cars driving very fast, not good streets, not safe pedestrian type of bump outs within our streets. So I just appreciate your leadership on this and continuing to ensure that we do things smart to make sure that our streets are safe for everybody. So thank you, Alderman, and would ask the body to also support this amendment or this bill so that we can send it to the voters to make the ultimate decision if they support it or don't.
Thank you. Alderwoman from the 8th, are you standing? Okay, Alderwoman from the 8th. I'll go Alderwoman from the 8th, then Alderwoman from the 12th.
Board, yes, this is me standing, very short, but yes. I want to make a few comments about Board Bill number 61. I want to first commend the sponsor, the Alderman from the 9th, as well as the Alderwoman from the 1st, on their work on this concept. In discussing, re-envisioning how we think about how our city is structured to address the issue of our streets and transportation and transit needs in a general sense. I think this is a much needed conversation, and I think it's certainly a much needed effort in moving us towards thinking differently about our streets. I just want to do some level setting with the general public. One of the concerns I have about the bill would be that what this does is move us in the direction of reorienting the structure of city government. And we're kind of doing this actually punching from the legislative branch, and our city is really, these departments are really handled and administered and led by the administrative branch, and we're kind of our hands are kind of tied as far as what we can do here. And so I want to be very clear that this moves us in the
There's no sound.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I've got a problem with my mic. One of the other things that's missing here is a source of funding. I think that's the most critical piece here. In order to really effectively address and make our streets safer, we've got to have a dedicated funding source to be able to do this work, to establish a Department of Transportation. During our budget process earlier this year, our street director came before us and answered the question, what would it cost to just maintain the road infrastructure as we have it now if we were to do that on an annual basis? And what he told us was, based on our mileage and the amount of traffic that we have on each road, it would cost us between $12 and $13 million a year to just stay at baseline. What we actually spend is between $2 and $3 million a year. That is what we're actually currently allocating to road maintenance. So that's a deficit of about $10 million a year. And if you look at what we're allocating through the ARPA money, that $40 million to infrastructure, that just keeps us basically on par with maintenance for 1 4-year term. So we've really gotten nowhere with making up this large, enormous, very long-standing deficit in investing in the basic maintenance of our street and infrastructure. So I just want to make sure that when we pass this, if we pass this today, we put it before the voters, that the voters are well aware that this does not solve the issue. There's a lot of additional work that will be necessary. Most importantly, how we fund what we want and what we frankly need to move towards is a robust transportation department that can actually address some of these, make our streets safer. And from a basic maintenance perspective, we are at a very, very large $10 million annual deficit, let alone how we get to a place where we can actually make our streets and our roads safer. So I really commend the sponsor. It's very, very hard to make these large types of changes from the Board of Aldermen, from the legislative branch, without coordination and communication and a lot of collaboration from the administration. And I think I just want to make sure that we're aware of what we're able to accomplish here today. That being said, certainly I think we should be considering how we get there, how we get to a place where our roads are safer and where we have a more robust, more appropriately organized a government structure. Thank you, Madam President. That's all I have.
Thanks. Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam Chairwoman and members of the board, Madam President, rather, members of the board. To answer the Alderwoman from the 11th concern, if you would let your eyes do the reading and your fingers flip through the charter, and I'm not talking about you, but the people who talk about why they didn't want it, all through the charter, they have requirements of what educational and or what kind of position you have to be, or if you have to be a lawyer to have certain position, or if you have to be an architect. So that's all through the charter. So there's no problem with putting the educational requirement in this bill if they had wanted to. So just so I'm sure the Alderman from the 14th doesn't know that, but it's all through the charter. The other thing is I wanted to say is I'm not going to be voting for any of this. I'm going to ask for a roll call because I was here when we put this whole charter reform together, and don't even need to speak to this individual one. The problem is that in my community, that they don't think it was open. They don't think it was transparent. They don't have trust. And this was actually, if anybody cares to read the charter, the ordinance that produced the charter reform, they talked about the residents and voters in the city of St. Louis deserve a transparent, publicly engaged, reliable process through which our governing documents can be reviewed and revised to better function for the people of St. Louis. And then it goes on to say in another part, the community-driven process and working groups modeled by the Ferguson Commission showed us an experiment in inclusive democracy. The commission should endeavor to make its engagement and public conversation similarly. And lastly, it says an exclusive conversation around reform will reinforce fear and divisiveness. That's what has already happened. I think that the board needs to bring Scott and Tagliata into the session and let him repeat some of the things that he said when he forgot the mic was on. And those of us who have heard any of it certainly would not support anything this commission brings, because there's a whole nother political agenda that goes on that has nothing to do with the government. And I think that if you didn't get that conversation or that emotion from North St. Louis, when they finally did go to North St. Louis and go to Julia Davis Library, which is located as the Alderman says, the elevated 11th, right across from the 12 neighborhoods of the 12th. The people were very irritated and agitated about what was going on and did not feel like that they were included in the process at all. So I don't see that I could support any of this. I do have some real questions about changing the name of transportation, and especially as the charter gives the mayor the right to do 14 directors, how we would then, would this be a director's position, and would we make that instead of the transportation, would the transportation become the Department of Streets? And why we couldn't have even both, Department of Streets, but safety, public safety is something different to me. And so I don't see them as the same at all. Public safety in the streets has been a problem in North St. Louis for years before any of you all were down here. People were getting killed on Natural Bridge right and left. People were getting killed on West Florissant. People were getting killed on Union. People were getting killed. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm saying all those North St. Louis streets. The reason I'm saying that, because nobody gave a damn when it was in North St. Louis, okay? And now it's happening all over. And now people are going, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. It has been going on. I also want to say nothing prevents the city of St. Louis, and has not prevented the city of St. Louis from putting a budget for public safety in the streets. I guess the only person that was here when we first did Ward Capital, which as predicted has been stolen and moved all to South St. Louis and made the wards in North St. Louis bigger and we get less money. And that was predicted way back. But nothing prevents the mayor, or the previous mayors, from putting money in the budget to adequately address these public safety issues. And they could have a subcommittee. They could have another. We can actually devise another commissioner of public safety in the streets that could be under streets, and that could do that. So there's a lot of different ways you can do it. But my first problem I have is talking to the people in my community ever since there was that meeting at Julia Davis, and you all are not hearing that you have already failed in your mission. And that is because people do have they have a private agenda, and the North St. Louis understands it now. And so when you have that, you need to get rid of this commission, because I would never, ever suggest the guy that I supported now. And I told him that because they didn't talk to anybody. They didn't come out in the community. They were just appointed, and they waited until the last minute to talk to North St. Louis. And there's no trust. There's no trust for the political agenda. There's no trust about conversations you had about how to get rid of the 13th and the 12th ward and make them wards at large, so we can have less political power. This is all a game to you, and it's not. And I'm not talking about the sponsor. It has nothing to do with charter reform or doing good work and being fair. It has everything to do with politics and ugliness and discrimination. And so this is not going to turn out well, because until this city understands a fairness and that everybody should be included and people should feel comfortable. You can put this in an ordinance all you want to, but then when you don't do it, admit that you didn't do it. The Alderman from the 7th kind of referred to it, that people don't trust it. There's a reason people don't trust it. And so there's going to be more distrust. That's why you see the three people sitting here who represents 75-80% of North St. Louis telling you no. That ought to be enough right there to say we have done something wrong, but you won't, because you keep pushing things through, and then they don't get done because you're not doing them the right way, and you have a bad motive for doing it. So I don't even need to get into the specifics. I'm not voting for any of it. I'm going to be out in my community working real hard with other people, and we've been having conversations already of why not to support it. I'm glad that the mayor and the comptroller did turn in their recommendations of no to some of them, but my response to them has been, say no to all of them, and actually have a commission that actually does listen to people if you're going to have it, or then don't have it. That's why we didn't get any very far with the freeholders. I was in the middle of the freeholders. I fought to get people that were, and the Alderwoman from now the 8th can tell you, I fought to get gays, blacks, women, everything. That was my fight when we were doing the freeholders. And it didn't get done. And it doesn't get done when people have a political agenda that now people see. And if your agenda is to attack Black elected officials and attack North St. Louis, it's going to be a fight every time. So that's why I'm not voting for any of it, because not because maybe this is good or whatever, it's because my community does not feel included. And so my vote is going to be no on everything. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 13th.
All I can say is ditto to my two colleagues, because I'm going along with what they're saying. And I tried to speak when they had the legislation committee in regards to this, and they said that wasn't the place. And so I'm saying again that people are not paying attention. Even the street commissioner said that they wouldn't be able to accomplish this. And so I did talk to the sponsor, and I'm not condemning what he's trying to do. I just think that we need to relook at renaming things, because people are still not understanding when the charter was created in 1900s. Women, blacks were not even looked as citizens. And so things you're focusing on is irrelevant to what we dealt with. You know, Black people were slaves and we were just property. And then women weren't even important. And so our voices didn't count. And so the things that you all are coming are irrelevant to what's needing to be addressed. And one thing that happened, as Alderwoman Tyus said at the Julius Davis Library, that was an insult to our community. They made sure that it wasn't room there. And we had a lady that failed because there was no space for people to sit. So they did that intentionally. So I can't support this, because I think you all need to rethink things. And if you have 3 Black elected officials that are fighting for their community, for once, would you listen to us and give us what we asked for to revisit this? Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 9th, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, and I appreciate hearing from all my colleagues on this. I had conversations throughout the last few weeks with each and every one of you to hear your thoughts and try to incorporate what we could into this bill to address concerns. I want to say this is absolutely about the whole city. It's absolutely about addressing our inequitable and unfair ward capital system. I've worked with the mayor's administration, I've met with the departments and listened to their concerns, and it really boils down to personnel and funding, 2 things that this board bill is opening the door to address. I have every intention of bringing forward the necessary ordinances in order to really make this happen, to make sure that we are building the capacity of this department so that in 4.5 years, when the effective date takes place, we will be able to have a department that can care and ensure the safety of all road users. The legislature is fully capable of doing this function. It's built into our charter. It's built into the Missouri state language. There, no doubt, were issues with the first charter commission that we've had in many, many decades. But that does not mean that all the ideas that came out of it are bad, and it does not mean that this idea hasn't been asked for decades by advocates who have recognized the inadequacies of our current system. The qualifications for the director is an amendment that was added yesterday, and I want to acknowledge that while that is another compromise that has been made, I think that there will be plenty of time to debate that. This will not take effect without passing an ordinance addressing exactly that because of that amendment. I want to again thank everyone who has taken the time to give me their input. That is how this bill got to where it is today. noting that there have been many changes. That's why the title is Committee Substitute as Amended, because we have tried to really work this to be something that everyone feels is going to help our city get to a point where we are keeping people safe on our roads, especially in the communities where people get hurt most. So again, just want to express my gratitude for everybody, ask for your favorable consideration on this board bill today.
Any further discussion? It's been moved by the alderman from the 9th, seconded by the alderman from the 3rd, that we perfect board bill number 61, committee substitute as amended. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Yeah, she left me a message. I know who she
No.
is.
Right, okay. 'cause that's
Alderwoman
what I-
Boyd.
No,
Yeah.
Alderman
That's what-
Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. 11 aye votes and 3 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the alderman from the 9th to perfect board bill number 61, committee substitute as amended.
Board Bill 72, Committee Sub, sponsored by Alderwoman Velazquez. An ordinance submitting to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis a proposed amendment to the Charter of the City of St. Louis, amending Article 4 of the Charter, enacting a new section of Article 4 to remove the cap on municipal fines for certain ordinance violations, providing for an election to be held for voting on the proposed amendment and for the manner of voting, and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause.
Alderwoman from the 6th, you are recognized on the perfection of board bill 72, committee substitute.
Great, thank you, Madam President. Just to put it simply, this bill is...
Alderwoman, would you like to make the motion to perfect?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to perfect Board Bill 72, committee substitute.
It's been moved by the alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the alderwoman from the 7th, that we perfect board bill number committee substitute. Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. This bill is why it's not one of the core Charter Commission recommendations. In hearing some of the public feedback and testimony about just the state of our city, I think it's probably clear to most of us who have issues with the 25,000 vacant buildings in the city that we need to do everything we can to address them for the quality and health of our residents. So this bill is asking us to ask voters to remove the cap on fees and fines, which is currently set at $500 in the charter, which was last updated in 1970. So that total is about $4,000 now. That we remove the cap for fees and fines on issues on ordinances related to unpermitted demolitions, vacant property, or other non-owner occupied deteriorated property, and then address those via ordinance.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderman from the 9th.
Thank you. Just want to rise in support of this bill and ask to be added as a co-sponsor. This is a bill that was asked for by people who do the work in this field every day, and a tool that is really necessary to addressing some of the abuse of our residents by people in this city. So I think this is something that could help improve the housing quality in our city, help really make sure that we have safe places for people to live, and I'm proud to support this today.
Madam Clerk, if you could please add Alderman from the 9th as a co-sponsor to board bill number 72, committee substitute.
So noted.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President. So, and I want to thank Alderwoman Velazquez for her work on this bill. But let's be very transparent. The biggest problem is the city of St. Louis. They have not been able to properly manage all of the properties that they own. Vacant lots, vacant houses are under our city. And I understand that, this cap is a longstanding cap that has been there. But I'm wondering how this is going to affect a lot of our seniors are struggling to age in place in their homes with very little resources to assist them in being able to remain in their homes. I just really believe that, our city has to step up to take care of the properties that they currently own, cutting the lawns of those properties and vacant lots and maintaining those buildings and houses that are under the city's name. And so I'm not feeling this one at all. Again, I thank the sponsor for all of the hard work. I know this thing isn't easy, but we have got to be the first to say, what are we doing as a city to our population? We talk about having healthy communities, but we've got city blocks that may have the majority of those houses that belong to the city that are not being properly maintained. There, I close. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Alderman from the 4th?
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I rise in support of this. In fact, I wish it was going further. I understand the concerns that the alderwoman from the 12th just raised. 11th. Excuse me. 11th. Excuse me. The 11th. Pardon me. But I know as a result of working with our municipal courts in the past that our judges do show a great deal of discretion when it comes to actually issuing fines, particularly on people when they have a financial hardship. I think that this bill is going to be a really solid help for the whole city in issues where we have landlords who absolutely could pay a fine, or afford to fix the issue ultimately, but the $500 fine is just the cost of doing business. It's easier than actually addressing the issue. And so I think by getting a little bit more teeth there, hopefully we can help move that forward. And I wish that we were opening it up for other areas as well, but I understand that people have concerns that their grass is going to be an inch too long and the city's going to fine them $1 million or something. But I would also ask to be a co-sponsor on the bill.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Alderwoman from the 1st.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor of this legislation. Vacancy and issues related to vacancy is one of the biggest public safety issues in the 1st Ward, and I think we need to fight it with every tool in the toolbox. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I too would like to be added as co-sponsor, and I just wanted to say that I also really do agree with Alderwoman Keys that the city does need to do a better job at our part of maintaining the vacancies and making sure we're doing what we're supposed to do. I think that while this bill doesn't address that issue, there was just a meeting yesterday in my community with about 40 members in attendance who were all trying to talk about how we're going to hold someone who owns a property accountable for owning it and not doing anything with it for over 5 years. And like many other properties in the city, we've tried to follow all the processes and all the means within the city, whether that's going through the problem properties process, whether that's issuing citations. But oftentimes, property owners would rather pay the citation that is rather low of $500 than to address the property and do the work that needs to be done. So I also agree with the sponsor and with the Alderwoman from the 1st that this is making sure that we have all the tools in our toolbox. And I've just seen many times in a little bit over a year of property owners just flat out decide, I'd rather take the fine and fee because it's cheaper to do that than to fix my tuck point, than to fix my roof, than to address the many other issues that can cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. So I appreciate the Alderwoman for her work on this, and I hope that we can get this through, and I hope that we can look at this as something to help us that doesn't negate us from needing to do more work as a city to maintain the properties of which we have ownership with.
Alderman from the 5th.
Oh, that's me. I forgot. Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I do rise in support of this. I do appreciate the Alderwoman's hard work on this bill and all her hard work on all her bills. And please add me as a co-sponsor of this particular one. Thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, please make note of that. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, to apply to Alderwoman from the 11th about the city and their properties. Again, going back to where we have two different cities. And so the problems that address North St. Louis don't become a problem until they get downtown into other parts of the city. And so they don't have 7,000 vacant LRA properties in their communities like we do. So it doesn't seem like that we need to address that. But the main problem should be finding LRA and making them find money, or the city, to fix these properties up or tear them down. Okay, so they don't have that, so they don't know. But when I came on this board, the problems that they're now having in other parts of the city, they didn't have, and they didn't believe it would ever get there. It does get there. If the city does not address the problems properly, then it spreads to other parts. And I'll say that we tried on several occasions to raise the fines on everything. And each time the citizens have voted no, that they did not do it. The last time, I don't know, it was maybe 10 or 12 years ago, but each time when we've tried to do it, it was no. They did not want it to be raised. They didn't feel like it was going to be fair. It was going to be a hardship on certain people than others. So I hear them. That's not how they want to do it. But I agree with you. If the city would either tear down those vacant properties, that's LRA that they can't save, since we have this money, RAMS money, that could be transformative. It could be transformative in getting rid of all of the properties that negatively affect our communities. Then we could address the properties that could be saved. But short of that, I'm not voting for this either, because the people have told me no so many times. I think since I've been on this board, we probably had 3 different votes, and each time we could not get it passed. And my vote remains no. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 6th, you are recognized to close.
Thank you. With that, I would just ask for the board's favorable consideration of this bill and to take a vote.
It has been moved by the Alderwoman from the 6th, seconded by the Alderperson from the 7th, that we perfect Board Bill number 72, Committee Substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Aye. Alderwoman Sanier. Aye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Ten aye votes, 3 no votes, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderwoman from the 6th to perfect Board Bill number 72, Committee Substitute.
Board Bill 76, sponsored by Alderman Cone, President Green, and Alderwoman Velazquez. An ordinance submitted to the qualified voters of the city, an amendment to the charter of the City of St. Louis, updating language throughout the charter to replace pronouns with specific titles, delete specific obsolete references, provide for modern methods of advertisement, use modern departmental names, repealing and replacing Section 1 of Article 4 and enacting in lieu thereof a new Section 1 of Article 4, changing the name of Board of Aldermen to City Council and making similar changes, providing for the election to be held for the voting on the proposed amendment, for the manner of the voting, and for the publication, certification, deposit, and recording of this ordinance containing an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 3rd, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 76.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that we perfect Board Bill 76.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we perfect Board Bill number 76. Alderman, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. Board Bill 76 is a kind of charter cleanup of the languages used, updating it to remove certain pronouns, referencing titles, and updating various languages throughout the charter. I do have a floor substitute that I would like to introduce that also adds language around the procurement process and having that limit established by ordinance. But this is by far probably one of the more popular board bills that we have with respect to the charter recommendations. And so I think that it's important that we go even further. So I want to acknowledge that this is just the beginning step and the continuing of cleanup of the language within the charter. There's certainly other processes, departments, et cetera, that we need to dive further into and update the language into more contemporary parlance than what we're using currently in the charter from 1914. But the various departments that have reached out to me, I just want them to know that they have my commitment to continue the work around this. But at this point in time, I would like to move for the adoption of Board Bill 76 floor substitute.
Is there a second?
Hello, anyone paying attention today?
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 8th, that we adopt Board Bill number 76 floor substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Alderman, you may proceed on Board Bill 76 floor substitute.
Thank you. So in addition to the language updates that the clerk referenced in her reading of the summary, the floor substitute would also add a stipulation in there that the amount referenced in the charter for procurement would then be established via ordinance. So if this does pass, we would then have to take up a board bill to establish that procurement threshold via ordinance.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
I'm sorry, the Alderwoman from the 11th had her hand up first. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President. So with this particular bill, this is kind of feels like a kitchen sink bill. You got so much stuff thrown in here. Number one, I am not in favor of changing the title from Board of Aldermen to Board of Council people. We already have difficulty with our residents understanding the difference between the aldermen and the committee people. And now you're going to change it to council person, which sounds very close to committee people. I think that this bill probably should have been separated out into other categories that were just for that. There's too much to me that is in here that creates a bunch of confusion. And I am not for confusing our residents any more than they already are. They're feeling very frustrated about this whole situation. I have no problem with the pronouns. I believe people should be called whatever they want to be called. But there's just too many other elements in here that should have been separated out into separate things. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I also am not in favor of changing the name of the Board of Aldermen to the City Council. This reminds me and goes along with the things that we have had with Proposition D, and I can't remember if it was called Proposition R or S at this point, but whichever one, they have all been things that have fooled the public, and they have been very disappointed about what came out of this. As we are no longer Democrats or Republicans or anything, and they did not understand that we had to run campaigns. Even if you only had 2 people, that you had to keep running campaigns, and that was used as a method to get rid of some people. And then we all of a sudden said, oh, if you only have 2 people, we want to do this anymore. But we had already used it as a method of voting. This whole thing that we've cloaked as some kind of improvement for the city has not been that at all. And so the people that I hear and talk to are saying that they want to change this to city council. because we are ultimately headed toward merging with the county, and you're trying to find a way to do all the things, which is why we have these big wards in North St. Louis, which are a mistake. When we told people we were going to save money, not only have we not saved money, we spend way more money for having 14 aldermen than we did for having 28 aldermen. For people who don't know that, we spend way more money. Okay, so all of this is a continuation of a goal that is secretly hidden and is done in a hurry. When we did Proposition D, we passed it in November and then implemented it for our election. And people were like, what the heck happened? People still are confused that we're not Democrats anymore, because much of North St. Louis is Democrats. And I don't understand the people who were in charge that let that go on. And I'm talking about the head of the Democratic Party, the head of the Democratic Central Committee here. This was really a dumb idea. It has not been good for the community. Changing while also going to 14 wards have not improved anything except for being able to push an agenda through that has nothing to do with the best interest of all in the city of St. Louis. We now make $72,000, but we've actually sponsored a board bill, the excise bill that nobody in the whole committee read. And then when it got on the floor, I had to point out it was all wrong and we have to send it back. While we have legislative aides that should be doing that and did not, we are not doing good legislation here. We are passing an agenda that somebody has that has nothing to do with what's in the best interest of the city. And specifically, it does not have anything to do with the best interest of North St. Louis. I heard before the 9th Ward Alderman talk about the unfairness of ward capital. It was not unfair when it was written in a way, because it was 12 North St. Louis wards, 12 South St. Louis wards, and 4 Central Quarter. But it encouraged people to tear up things that were good in North St. Louis, to tear up the wards that voted high and move the money to South St. Louis, which is what I told Freeman Bosley Jr. when he was the mayor, that this was going to happen. And it's happened more now because we have larger. I represent 3 wards now, 3 old North St. Louis wards. It makes no sense, the things that you're doing, that you're not including North St. Louis, and you're telling us, but this is good for you. And none of you live there and have to put up with the mess that is left behind when you pass this stuff and say this is good for us. How is changing the name from City Council to from Board of Aldermen to the City Council, how is that an improvement in charter, anything? That's an agenda that people have. And so this is going to be the conversation that we have, is that you're not trying to work with North St. Louis, you're disrespecting St. Louis. You're pushing things through that have no earthly reason to do it, except for there's something else you're not saying. And I agree with you, Alderwoman from the 11th. There's a lot of things in here we don't care about, replacing pronouns. I heard somebody, one of the alder people the other day, say, I don't care if I'm called an alderwoman or an alderman. And that really pained me, because when I came here, I pushed alderwoman. So for the women that wanted to be called that could be done, it could be called alderwoman. Because when I got here, I thought since they called the congressmen and congresswomen and congresswomen, that's what they did here. And when they did not, I was told that it was in the charter. It was not in the charter. It was in a footnote of our rules. And I got that change after 4 or 5 years. But I didn't change it to force women that did not want to be called that to be called that. You could be called alderman or alderwoman, depending on your choice. But the fact that we didn't have that choice was something that I wanted us to have, and we didn't have to change the charter. So I don't have a problem with the pronouns and stuff. I have a problem with the rest of the widespread board bill that you throw everything in and then say, this is what we're doing in the name of charter reform, because that was what we called this ordinance 71607, is that we're going to do some kind of charter commission for charter reform. What we're doing is a change in things so that we can complete the agenda that we have going on. So I will be voting no on this also. Thank you.
Alderman from the 4th, then I'll go to Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I rise in opposition to this bill. I want to point out that this floor substitute is essentially an entirely new bill that has received no public comment in committee. We've spent, how many more hours have we spent debating the regulations of short-term rentals and minor parts of our excise code than addressing entirely new parts of our charter. Additionally, this board bill is in clear violation of our charter. Article 4, Section 13 says the bills are to contain a single subject with an exception for general appropriations bill. There's 8 city councilor opinions and several litigated cases that lay this out. I want to be clear. I have no issue with updating the pronouns. None whatsoever. In fact, I think that that's probably a good thing. As Alderwoman Tyus pointed out, though, I think the term Board of Aldermen is an important part of our history. It's not a barrier to entry. I've never heard a woman in the city of St. Louis tell me, I didn't realize I could be an alderman. I've served at times where we had a majority of the board with women. And finally, there's a financial impact here, particularly on renaming the Board of Aldermen. When we reduced from 28 to 14, we got all new signage all over the place, new letterhead, new business cards. What's the cost to replace these now just to change one word, essentially, that is not a barrier to entry? I would highly encourage the sponsor of this bill and this body to separate these issues, because I think that there are good things here, but you can't just lump them all together. It's clearly in violation of our city's charter and settled case law, and I encourage everyone to vote no on this, or else I fear that our city councilor's office will have to deal with it in court and lose. So let's just do it right, separate these issues out, and vote out each individual issue. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 7th, I believe you were next.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Would the Alderman from the 3rd be willing to yield to inquiry?
Would the Alderman from the 3rd yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 7th?
I will.
Thank you, Alderman. First, I want to say that I really hate being called a alderman. I really do, me personally. I really think that it's evidence of who the city charter was designed for, that clearly we thought that only men could hold these seats. And I definitely prefer to go by alderwoman, and when I'm feeling extra spicy like the alderman from the 10th, I do alder lady. So I do appreciate the work around this, and I think that this is a change that, should be made. I just had some questions in relation to the bill and kind of following up what the alderman from the 4th made. Could you provide some clarity on the sections of the bill that start to talk about our procurement processes and the supplies and things like that? I haven't had any conversation with you about this. This is new language that I'm actually seeing for the first time, so I just thought it might be helpful if you could provide some clarity on that and explain the connection between modernizing the language in that section of the bill, because I think that might be what a lot of us are getting at.
Yeah, so to be clear, the bill itself is language modernization and cleaning up language in the charter. So it's that single subject. This is not changing anything related to a majority of the information pertaining to procurement in the charter that's currently there. What it is doing is eliminating the cap that is currently in the charter for emergency expenditures for procurement purposes that's currently set at $5,000. So it's removing that, and we would establish that via ordinance. That's the only language change pertaining to the procurement process that's in there, and it's cleaning that up. It was a recommendation that came over, my understanding is from the administration. So the administration has been brought up to date. They're the ones that are, recommending that we include this in the language of the bill. So that's what we're talking about here.
Thank you. And I actually saw that the original, what the Charter Commission recommended, is actually something that the mayor's office was in favor of. And I know it was mentioned that the city council have a problem. I guess I'm also a little surprised, because I know that the mayor's office and the president's office have been working on the bill or were a part of the conversation. Have they been talked to about the floor substitute? Has the city councilor been talked to? Can you address that point?
Yeah, so the city councilor's office was involved in the drafting of the floor substitute, not committee substitute, the floor substitute that we have before us. And as I mentioned, the specific part around the procurement process, which is new for this morning, was sent over from the administration, so they are aware of it. But otherwise, yes, the administration and city councilor's office have been engaged.
But is it the language in this bill, what Alderman Orion was just referencing, the city councilor has been consulted on that language?
Correct.
Be fine?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th?
Madam President, members of the board, the Alderman from the 4th is exactly correct. We cannot have more than one thing in a board bill, and it is the current charter. So what we have before us is a board bill. So I don't know what the mayor's office or the city councilor's office was thinking if they said that you should add this to a current board bill, because you should not, because there are different topics and they belong in a different board bill. So anybody who challenges this will win. The only time we can have multiple things is when we're doing our budget, which we are not. And I also want to, for the newer alder people, remind you, we don't have to do all of this right now. We always can propose changes to the charters. It does not have to be the charter reform. Everybody's trying to put everything in as if it had to be the charter commission. We, the Board of Aldermen, can make suggestions like this. And finally, I want to say, the charter never did say that we had to be known as aldermen. That was in our rules. And when I got it back in the 90s, it was because there was no such place in the charter, and it was in an appendix in our rules. And I got it changed while Francis Slay was still the president of the Board of Aldermen, because I like to be called Alderwoman, because I like to remind people that women run things, are in charge, and I like that. I don't want to be an alderman, but I know that some people might think city council is more relevant or more modern. I don't. I'm not bothered by the name alderman, the Board of Aldermen, long as I can be called an alderwoman. I know the plural is kind of messy in that because it doesn't include women, but it's a lot of things more. I don't like looking at the around the chambers of the Board of Aldermen and not seeing any Black people. And I've been saying that for 30 years. For 33 years, I said I didn't like that we couldn't play basketball in Forest Park. So we finally got that resolved. So maybe in another 30 years, we'll put a Black person up on the walls in the chambers. But I got a million things that bother me. And being called a member of the Board of Aldermen is not that. And as I said before, the first thing I heard from my people is that this is just one more step for headed toward being a merger of the county and the city. And I don't understand why this was thrown in here when it started to be something else, because it's not properly before us. And when we send this to the mayor, I will be sending her a copy of the city charter, and I will be calling the city councilor to say, did you really say this was okay, or were you just advising about something and not understanding that he was going to throw this all into one board bill, because it is not proper. Thank you.
Alderwoman from the 11th, and then I'll go to Alderman. Alderwoman from the 11th. Alderwoman, you're muted.
No,
now we can hear you.
Okay. All righty. Thank you, Madam President. So definitely I am in full agreement with Fourth Ward Alderman Narayan. But one of the other issues that I do want to raise is that we are constantly spending our taxpayers' dollars. And you're talking about changing all of these titles and all of this paperwork signage. All of that stuff is going to cost money in an already heavy administration, top heavy administration, where we are literally just spending taxpayer dollars on too many things that we said would save our taxpayers money. And I'm always going to rise in opposition to anything that directly affect our senior citizens who are living on fixed incomes, trying to age in place, and we're steadily raising taxes or spending their money, taxpayer dollars, on all of this stuff. As I called this before, this is a kitchen sink bill from my perspective, and I'm not a lawyer, but I am in total agreement of Alderman Narayan that these are things that should have been separated out and dealt with singularly. Thank you.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to inquire the Alderman Fourth Ward.
Alderman from the 4th, would you yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 14th? Alderman, you may proceed.
Is your mic on, Alderman?
Yes, it is.
There we go. How you doing today?
Doing well. How are you?
Good. A little hungry. A little hot.
It's warm in here.
Actually being here at the board. I seen you standing. So I was just curious maybe what was on your mind.
Well, I was going to get to it.
You already spoke, so...
Yeah. So in addition to this bill violating Article 4, Section 13...
where's that section? I also got the new floor sub today, which I think that's where we agree. And I think it's some stuff in here that has been on our website for a very long time that we was able to see and look at and agree with. But kind of that new language was a little shocker to me. So, what page? So you could point me to.
So, in the board bill or the charter?
Well, and you go first, and then I'll follow.
Okay, so charter, Article 4, Section.
You got a book?
Section.
Is that a charter book?
15 is.
Is that a charter book?
Yeah, this is the charter.
I didn't know. They always talk about new members, this, new members. You know where I can find one of those at?
Mr. Galley, the Board of Aldermen Council always has a charter ready to go for situations like this.
Not yours, but okay, good to know. But go ahead.
So the charter is also available online.
Online?
Yeah. You can pull it up and Control F will be your friend there.
It is hard to find it online, but I'm not doing a good enough job.
But yeah, so in addition to the...
I see the old woman from the 12th shaking her head, but it's okay. We'll continue.
In addition to Article 4, Section 13 issue that I raised, I think that this also runs afoul of Article 4, Section 11, which says that no ordinance shall be passed except by bill, and no bill shall be amended in its passage as to change its original purpose. And I think that with this floor substitute, that's exactly what we're doing. This is now a bill about procurement. We've changed from updating language to updating language and procurement. So we're in violation of two sections of our charter. I think that we need to pump the brakes here. As Alderwoman Tyus noted, there is no rush to make this happen. This is something that if we are going to amend the controlling document of our city, we should not be rushing the process. I understand that there's a lot of excitement because things came out of the Charter Commission and everyone wants to, push forward on things, and I get that. But when you rush, you sometimes make mistakes, especially in the legislative process. I tell people all the time that government is slow and deliberative, and that's frustrating. But when government moves fast, it's scary because government moving fast almost always is just rushing to a mistake, and that's what we're doing right now.
Okay, so without the procurement language, I think we actually in agreement with that. Maybe that shouldn't be in there. But without that, I hear you say rushed. We both sit on legislative and rules, and we've had 3 hearings now, which is always open up to outside of us as members, people who don't sit on the committee to come and have their voices heard as well. And
sure.
I know the chair, I think from the 5th Ward, is it Vollmer or Alderman from the 5th Ward? He even extended additional meeting to just have more hearings and input. Without that language, the overall bill, I'm just curious of maybe your thoughts on the overall bill.
Well, I think what we have in front of us right now is the floor substitute, and we're talking about the potential of putting something on the ballot that's never had public comment. And that's a problem for me, especially when we've, as I noted earlier, the amount of time that we've spent discussing much more minor things than addressing the controlling document of our city. We've had hours and hours and hours of public comment on things, and this we're just going to say, well, we're just going to just push this through. It's a floor substitute. The city councilor helped write it, so okay. We have no idea what the general public thinks about adding a procurement aspect to this because it was not discussed.
Got it. And like you say, I know we should discuss the floor sub, so we're germane. Before we get to the bold, though, there's language. This is the floor sub. There's language before the bold of the new language of the procurement. I'm just curious of, your thoughts on that language that is currently not bold, that's been in the bill for a while. Starting on page 1, section 1, line 21, going to page 2, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6, line 7, line 8, line 9, line 10, line 11, line 12, line 13,
14.
and line 14. I hope I didn't miss a line. I think I got all those lines.
What is your question there with the lines?
Oh, well, let me start over. The language before the bold, which is on we start at page 1, line 21, where it talks about section 1, and then line 22, and it goes on to page 2, where we got line 1, and we got line 2, and we got line 3, and line 4, line 5, and line 6, and line 7, line 8, line 9, line 10, 11, line 12, line 13, and line 14. I'm just curious of your thoughts of that language before the bold of...
Well, I think ultimately my big issues with this bill are simply that it contains 2 subjects, and I brought up the issues regarding the name of the Board of Aldermen. As far as virtually everything else in this bill, I'm good with it. I think that we should separate these issues and vote on them.
So on that page 1, that line 21 and 22, and then on page 2 from 1 to 14.
I'm going to say asked and answered here.
So you wouldn't want the alderman be called city council member.
Yeah, I think that, the Board of Aldermen is an important part of our history as I think it's part of the character of our city. I'm not in favor of changing that, particularly without knowing the financial cost associated with it.
There's a cost to change the name?
Oh yeah, I mean, you think all the signage and letterhead and business cards are free? And we just got all new ones.
Well, we got, I guess, funds in the budget. Your business cards ain't cheap. I mean, they're not expensive, like $59. But I mean, there would be time before that goes into effect where
it's also just been brought to my attention here.
Looks like the alderman from the 5th is trying to throw you an alley or some assist or
yeah
sports or pass.
Yeah, I got a little help from the alderman.
Got a little help. The assist king. Oh right.
The composition of the Board of Aldermen, when we reduced from 28 to 14, it is now known as the Board of Aldermen or Alderwomen. It's no longer single sex. We've included aldermen and alderwomen in that.
It looks like the alderman from the 5th got a clap from the alderman from the 12th, so you're doing something right here. Okay. Well, thank you, Alderman. I will ask to inquire of the alderman of the 3rd.
The alderman from the 3rd yield to questioning from the alderman from the 14th.
I will.
Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Alderman. Could you explain, I guess, how we got here with, on page 2, the stuff in bold? So I think that's line 15, line 16, line 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, and it continues on the page, line 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6, all the way to about line 19. If I skipped any in between, if you need me to count that number out, I got you. But where did that new language
As I mentioned earlier, Alderman, the language came from the administration, and at this point in time, I believe everyone has a new floor substitute on their desk that removes the language pertaining to the procurement process. So I would like to withdraw my motion for this particular floor substitute so that we can introduce a new floor substitute.
There's, I think, Alderman.
I think it's still my
the
floor.
third Alderman from the 14th still has the floor.
Oh.
And so once he gives up the floor, then you can make that motion.
So I won't go through any more lines here. I think we've got our counting down. So I will yield and see what the Alderman from the third has to say.
Yeah. Well, no.
Right, Alderman from the third.
Sorry, I have folks talking to me. Can you repeat the question, please, Alderman?
No, you have the floor at this point.
Who is yielding the floor to you so that you could repeal your floor substitute and bring forth the new floor substitute.
So it's been brought to my attention that the floor substitute that was being worked on still has some of the old language in it. So we're going to have to get that updated. Is this okay? So
President.
I would like to remove my original motion to introduce this.
We need to first withdraw I think the second
Correct.
on it.
I don't recall who seconded.
Madam Clerk, do you recall who did the second on his motion to adopt the floor sub?
To adopt the floor sub is Alderwoman from the 8th.
Alderwoman from the 8th, are you willing to withdraw your second?
Kara.
Thank you, Alderwoman. I appreciate that. So with that, I would like to introduce a new floor substitute for Board Bill 76, and it should be on everyone's desk at this point in time. Thank you.
Are you making that motion?
I move to adopt the floor substitute to Board Bill 76.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we adopt the new floor substitute to Board Bill number 76. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Oppose. Motion carries. We now have the new floor substitute in front of us. Alderman from the 3rd, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Just based off of the conversations that were happening on the floor, specifically pertaining to the addition of the procurement language, and here we have now removed that. The bill is strictly related to the modernization language that was referred to us by the Charter Commission, and then the President's Office, myself, and the City Councilor worked on updating and cleaning up some of the language that was referred to the Charter Commission, but this focuses on essentially removing the pronouns from the Charter. The pronoun issue, as it was referenced a little earlier, is not exclusive to the Board of Alderpersons. It's referenced throughout the Charter. In fact, we are now on our 2nd female mayor, and the Charter still says he, him, his in reference to the mayor. So I think updating that language is important. Changing the name to the City Council. I don't know what confusion that would bring, because people already have to be explained what an alderman is whenever you talk to them. So, I think more people are familiar with the term city council member versus Board of Aldermen, especially people who are new to St. Louis. And as we want to continue to grow, attract new residents, new businesses, and, our desire to continue to grow, Alderwoman. But I think at this point, and I did refer to our counselor that with the language for the procurement process removed, there is no violation of single subject clause. We are good to go.
Any further discussion? Alderman from the 4th.
Thank you. Will the Alderman for the 3rd Ward please yield for question?
The Alderman from the 3rd yields questioning from the Alderman from the 4th.
I am HOTTOGO. Yes, ma'am, I will.
Alderman, you may proceed. I still don't know what that means, but you may proceed.
It's a Gen Z reference.
Okay, I am obviously older than that.
The kids will get it. So, Alderman, would you consider an amendment here just to strike changing the name of Board of Aldermen to the City Council? I think you'd pick up several votes.
If you want to offer that amendment, Alderman, you can. It's not something that I support. I would prefer that we move forward with the floor substitute as is, but we wouldn't be able to do an amendment to it without the floor substitute being adopted. So, my ask is that we move forward with the adoption of the floor substitute, and then, we'll have that before us, and then we can, make amendments to the floor substitute.
Alderman, we did adopt the floor substitute, so the next motion would have to be the perfection of that floor substitute. So
right. Well, but he can make an amendment to the floor substitute.
He can make
while he has
an amendment to the floor substitute.
So if you want to offer that amendment, you are more than welcome to. I personally would be voting no on that, but if you think that that's of concern and you would support it, then please feel free to offer the amendment.
Sure. Then, Madam President, I move that we strike the words and change the name Board of Aldermen to the City Council from line 9 and 10 of page 4.
Second.
Alderman, I think that appears
You have to reference
places than that, the board bill. It's also line 5, page 1.
All right, then I'm going to put together an amendment then on this.
Okay. So so you're withdrawing your motion to amend at this time.
So at this time, I am going to supplement my motion to amend with the other places in this bill where it says Board of Aldermen. And I will have an amendment.
Okay, go work on that amendment. Okay. Alderman from the 3rd.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to inquire of the alderman from the 14th.
The alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the alderwoman or alderman from the 3rd. Alderman, you may proceed.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Madam President. While we're waiting on the alderman from the 4th to bring forward his amendment, I am curious of a couple items since you're so.
Are you sure that amendment has the votes?
Well, that's on the alderman from the 4th ward, not me. So, did you understand my earlier reference to HOTTOGO?
HOTTOGO. I didn't. Could you explain that?
Is
that a Megan?
It's a very popular song at the moment.
Is that a Megan Thee Stallion reference for
Chapel Road?
Modernization of the United States government?
So, I am just curious, though, how were you able to so diligently ask questions on the board bill going line by line?
Yeah, now I guess. Let me make sure I got the new floor sub. So this is the one that says new at the top, right?
Correct.
Okay. And well, now we're on page. It looked like we went from 1 to 6 pages. Is that right?
It went from 6 to 5 pages.
Oh, 6 to 5. I said 1 to 6, 6 to 5. So we got less trees there. So on page 1, though, now I guess now starting at line 19 to 20 to 21. Leading on to page 2, from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 and to 11 and 11 to 12. That's the original, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's correct, but I did lose track of those numbers. If you could repeat them.
So on page 1, line 19, line 20, line 21. You got me there?
Okay.
And then we move to page 2 at line 1, to line 2, to line 3, to line 4, continuing on to line 5. We get close to where we're at line 6, line 7, line 8, line 9, line 10, line 11, line 12, line 13 is the original. And then I got some questions about the other lines, but I believe that's the original, correct? That's the original under section 1 that starts on page 1.
That is correct, Alderman.
I feel like I should be doing the inquiry of you here, even though you're inquiring me. Okay, and then when we get to page 2, I see some new bold, so I just want to make sure that people back home are aware. So on line 2, not line 2, whoopsie, page 2, line 14, line 15, line 16, line 17 and 18. If you could just break down each of those lines of, if I'm a newer alder, so I think bold means new.
So I believe I did ask to inquire of you. Then,
well, I mean, you could have stopped me anytime. It's your floor.
Well, no, I
appreciate your respect.
the tutorial here, and certainly your time in Jefferson City has served you well.
Absolutely. I'm new down here, but I definitely know how to work a floor.
So if I'm understanding your methods here correctly, you're saying that on page 1, line 2.
No. On page 1. On page 1. Oh, well, if we start on page 1, line 4, I do see some bold there. So if you could start over, I'm sorry.
So on page 1, line 2, line 3, line 4, line 5, line 6, line 7, line 8.
And we stop there.
Correct.
That is the breaking down that this would go, to the voters, I'm assuming?
That is correct. Alderman from the 4th.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderman, for yielding to questions. I would like to ask the Alderman from the 4th.
Oh, it's over?
That's for
I have
now.
more questions.
I might come back to you in a minute here, Alderman. Thank you.
H-O-T-T-I, whatever.
We can have a little karaoke party after the meeting today. Alderman from the 4th, would you yield to, or Madam President, would the Alderman from the 4th yield to question?
The Alderman from the 4th yield to questioning from the Alderman from the 3rd.
I will.
Alderman from the 3rd, you may proceed.
I am sure that everyone who is participating and listening and watching this meeting is thoroughly enjoying our delay tactics here.
You know, government in action, right?
Could you maybe just give us a status update as to where you are with the amendment?
Sure. The Council for the Board of Aldermen is forwarding the amendment to the clerk for printing, and it should be on all of our desks in the very near future.
Do you have an approximate estimated time of arrival for that very near future?
I know that they are furiously working on it as we speak.
Does that mean that it will be 2 minutes?
I would say
1 minute?
I would say minutes rather than hours, certainly.
So if I were to say that the amendment would be ready in less than 10 minutes, would you make that or assess that as an accurate?
I think that's probably accurate. There's just a couple of things that needed to be struck through and then needs to be printed out 15 times and brought to us.
Alderman, have you ever known me to use these types of delay tactics in the past?
Yes.
Alderman, have I ever used them for something that I don't support?
On occasion.
Alderman, is there... Oh, I have been advised that we are going to recess for 15 minutes.
Yes,
Thank you, Madam
we are
President.
going to recess for, thank you, Alderman from the 3rd. We are going to go to a 15-minute recess while the amendment issue gets itself worked out. so there does not have to be any more bloviating. So please place us
Thank you, Madam President.
in recess for 15 minutes while we get the amendment situated.
Much appreciated.
I'd like to call the board back into order from our recess. We will first turn over to Alderman from the.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. We're back from a commercial break. I'd like to introduce amendment number 1 to Board Bill 76, floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 4th, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th. We introduce amendment number 1 to Board Bill number 76. Alderman, you may proceed.
So this amendment removes city council from and city council member and replaces it with alderpersons, a gender neutral term that I believe still helps to preserve the history of this body. And I ask for your favorable consideration.
Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 6th.
Is it on? Okay, there we go. It is on. Would the Alderman from the 4th yield to questions?
You yield?
Yes. I was just waiting. I was trying to not be out of order.
Questioning from the Alderwoman from the.
Absolutely.
Can you explain why you're making this change and why you feel that alderpersons might be a better term?
Sure. I think that part of the history of our city is the Board of Aldermen. At one point, we were a bicameral legislation even, which is why the Kennedy Room is laid out the way it is. A huge portion of the history of St. Louis goes back to the early settlers in this area, the German settlements that came through, and they worked to create a system that we work and live in now. I think that when we move through and just erase our history and traditions, that's a mistake. I'm all for making it more gender inclusive. I think that alderpersons would encompass anyone regardless of their gender identity, while still preserving the history of our city. I think it's a neat thing unique to the city of St. Louis that we have a Board of Aldermen. There's some other cities that do. Chicago has a Board of Aldermen. But city council is just very generic to me. The county has a council. We are not the county. I much prefer the alder title, and my hope is, I guess now that'll change from aldermen to alderpersons.
Do you think that one of the things for modernizing language is accessibility? I mean, is that one of the factors is that a factor for you when looking at the idea of modernization and making things more relatable for people?
As I said earlier when we were speaking on the bill itself, I've never heard anyone tell me, at least personally, that the title alderman was somehow a barrier to them running for or attaining office in this legislature. In fact, during my tenure here, there have been periods where there were more women serving on the board than men. I think that, when we reduced from 28 to 14, we did amend things to say alderman or alderwoman, but I think now with this amendment, we would be even more expansive.
So I actually have had the experience, especially people who are English as a second or an additional language. Alderperson or alderman or alderwoman seems very inaccessible. It's not like we say concejal or concejala in Spanish, but there's not even like a real translation. It seems that a city council or council member is actually a more accessible way for people to understand, and it's pretty clear. And I think especially for folks who English may not be their first language, everybody that I've spoken to, whether the suffix is man, woman, or person, it feels very exclusive. Maybe not exclusive in the way it's not attainable, but it definitely feels not as accessible as something as when we say council person. It's like, oh yeah, I understand.
So
I think we have an opportunity here to make it more accessible.
What would be the difference, and this is a genuine question, what would be the difference in between councilperson and alderperson in the language accessibility that you're talking
That's
about.
what I'm saying.
I'm genuinely
There's
asking.
no direct translation in Spanish for alderperson. It's counselor or council. The one I said, concejal. And so it just, to me, if we have an opportunity, part of modernization to me is, and what we're trying to do is make government easier for people to understand. Obviously, we understand that not everybody's going to geek out like we do on the bills, and that some of the natural language of government is very specific, but I think we have an opportunity to do something that more people would simply be able to understand, because not everybody understands alderperson. And
Sure, and I can't speak to that. I imagine there are many languages that there may not be a direct translation to, and I imagine if I go to many other places that their respective legislative bodies, I don't necessarily have a great word for, but for me, this is simply a matter of preserving some of the tradition around here, and that's where I stand with it. I had. Of course, said I'm all for amending things like the pronouns and things like that to make sure that everyone in this city does know that they're welcome here. But I think part of any institution is the history and tradition of that institution, and I believe that this is something that is a core part of the history and tradition of this institution, and I think changing it is a pretty major step, and since the spirit of the change seems to be, from what I understood about making it gender neutral, I believe that this accomplishes that.
I think it makes it gender neutral, but I think it makes it more inaccessible. And I would say that I will be voting no on this amendment, but I do feel like we're in a place that is steeped in history, not all of it great, literally, like right around us. And so I don't think moving from a council person to that, I agree where it's gender neutral, but I would just say I think we have an opportunity to make it easier for people to understand at least beginning of our title as we explain what we do. And I think council person accomplishes that a little bit differently.
On that front, I do think it's important to remember the history and tradition of our city and the region. And I'm not saying that all of it is happy. I think it's important to remember the unhappy parts too. I think that's an important part of history in general, is to keep those unhappy and less good parts of our history, so that we can reference them and be better.
Great. Well, thank you, Alderman from the 4th Ward. I have no other questions, Madam President.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 7th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Would the Alderman of the 4th be willing to yield?
The Alderman from the 4th yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 7th.
Sure.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Alderman. I appreciate your work on getting it brought forward. I do feel it's really important to, I don't feel your same sense of need to honor traditions. I feel like some of the arguments you're making are some of the same arguments that people make when they want to keep Confederate flags up and other racist monuments and statues. You mentioned, German settlers who were colonizers. I don't feel a need to, honor those folks at all. And for me, today there are certain moves we can't make, like taking some of the slave owners that are above us off of the walls, and certain things that would take, longer time periods. But, I know you're not trying to, but I just feel like some of your argument for keeping it the way it is a little insensitive to how some of that history has impacted some of us. And so, I don't think your heart is necessarily in a bad place with this, but I do think maybe you're being racially sensitive. And I want to go on the record and make sure I made it clear, like, I don't agree. I don't want to honor people who colonized land. I don't want to honor people who owned slaves. I think that we know that that's a part of our history, but I really like when we get opportunities to modernize our language and do some of what the Alderwoman from the 6th said, but also to remove ourselves and show that we're on a new path from that history. So I don't know if you've considered any of that, so I just wanted to raise that to you as a consideration of something to think about.
Thank you for raising it.
Thank you.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Alderwoman from the 11th, and then
Thank you, Madam President. You know, all of these terms, if we take a look at councilman versus alderman, these are still terms that were produced by colonizers. So I'm gonna throw that argument completely out the window. But I cringe when I think of how we are talking about costing our taxpayers yet more money to change a title that already exists. We start talking about changing signage, changing letterheads, changing business cards. We are not being fiscally responsible. I think there are enough things that we need to be focused on for the good of our city that doesn't have to do with changing a title. You know, there's nothing wrong with the title alderman, alderwoman, alderperson. I've been called all of those things. It's okay. But when we start talking about there's money in the budget, just because there's money in the budget doesn't mean that that's how we need to use it. That's still taxpayer money. That's my money, it's your money, and it's every working person's money in this city. And we need to be very careful how we throw terms around like that and how we're talking about spending taxpayer dollars. I think this issue needs to go away altogether.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, I was going to stay with the Alderwoman from the 11th said. All of these titles came from a time when men ran everything. And the colonizers and people who took over countries and people who sat down and divided Africa into about 12 different other countries. All of that comes from that. So I agree with her 100%. Whatever word you use, because I'm looking at the definition of city council and county, all of this all came from the same thing, which is why in the 90s, I don't want to be gender neutral. I know that may be the hip thing for you all. I like being a woman and I like being called an alderwoman, and I don't mind being called a woman because that's what I am. Okay. I don't get into whatever else somebody else wants to be, but that's what I am. I'm comfortable with alderwoman or alderperson. Actually, I prefer alderwoman because for years, people did not believe that women could lead. And now we have women in a lot of leadership positions that we never had when I came here. We never had a female mayor. We never had a female comptroller when I came here. We never had a female president of board of aldermen. That has all happened since my time on the board. I know that people here have no respect for any kind of seniority or anything. I found that out on April 18th, 2023. And they also don't have respect for knowledge and what has happened. And it's why you don't know a lot of things, because you're so busy attacking the people who do know something that you don't get to learn from them, okay? So that's why you don't know that there's a charter. How can we be doing a charter reform and we didn't have a charter at the meetings? That's because a lot of things that you all don't know, and you're trying to change it without knowing all of the things that go along with it. So when you're having a charter reform, and I hear a member of the board of aldermen say, you have a paper charter, a book? Yeah, you do. And when I got here, we got one the first thing, because that was before all the internet and stuff, but we got a charter the first thing. And I can't even imagine that we have had charter reform meetings and we didn't pull that up and have that listed as something as a reference, because how do you change a charter when you don't even know that we have one or how to get to it? I'm gonna give this free because usually I don't. Google St. Louis City Charter. It will pull up immediately. That's how hard it is to get it. So back to this whole thing. Our whole thing of why we started this was Ordinance 71607. It was supposed to be a charter reform, things that would make people feel inclusive. I hear the alderwoman from the 7th saying, well, Hispanic speaking people might feel inclusive about that, but it's so many things that we've talked about that Black people don't feel inclusive about, including this whole process. And she and others have poo-pooed that and don't hear it, okay? Now you want us to say that the minority, the people who are speaking who speak Spanish, be included. Now, the problem is that there's a lot of people in the city won't like that argument because they'll feel like you're in America, so everything should be about America. I don't happen to argue that point because my family includes people who are Hispanic persuasion, so Hispanic and Black Black and Asian. I've said this before, but when you start saying we want to change it for a small group of people, and the majority in the city of St. Louis, it is African American. You don't hear about the things that African American wants. That makes me feel like we're not being cohesive. We're not making people feel like that they not divided and they're having fears. And as I said before, for my community, when they hear city council, they hear we're going to do better together, and there they go to trying to put the city and the county together. So if you push this off and then it gets voted down, like some things that happened in the last couple of days, you found out that just because you have all these progressives who think something, that doesn't mean everybody thinks that way, and that doesn't mean the people are wrong. So I am very comfortable with Alderman, the Board of Aldermen. I'm comfortable with being called an Alderwoman. I don't want to be gender neutral because I'm not gender neutral, and that's an agenda that I don't want to be a part of. I do have some other questions, but it's not specific to this amendment. I will be, if the Alderman from the 4th would yield, I do have a question for him.
I will yield if the president allows.
Alderman from the 4th, do you have a point of order? Or?
No. I'm happy to yield, is what I was saying.
Alderman from the 4th, you're happy to yield. Alderwoman from the 12th, you may proceed.
Okay, so Alderman, because I haven't seen the amendment. Is this amendment strictly just to go back and take out the term Alderman, Board of Aldermen, or are you putting it back in and taking out rather county? Is that what you're doing? City county?
Yeah, what we're doing with this amendment, currently in the bill, it would replace Board of Aldermen with City Council.
Right.
With this amendment, and the reasoning behind that was some of our colleagues wanted to make it more inclusive. I thought that was turning away from some of the history and tradition here. I know that you've served with many great aldermen in years, so have I. And I think just changing it kind of arbitrarily isn't something that sits well with me. But in the spirit of compromise, the term alderpersons came up, and as you mentioned, and as I know, I've been called an alderperson many times. That doesn't bother me. And if in our charter we refer to alderpersons rather than aldermen or alderwoman, that opens it up to anyone of any gender identity while preserving some of the history and tradition of this institution.
So your amendment would go to Board of Alderpersons?
Yes, it would be amending the current bill, which says City Council, and changing City Council to Board of Alderpersons. Yeah, the alderpersons, I should say.
So I support you right up to the alderperson. So I want to keep it the alderman.
That was my original sticking point, certainly. The reason that this amendment came is as a point of compromise.
I understand. I have name tags that say 20th Ward Alderman, 20th Ward Alderwoman, 1st Ward Alderwoman. I got a lot of name tags since I've been down here, and 12th Ward Alderwoman. And so I will not, I refused always to be called a man. When I first got down here, I didn't know that they didn't elect women, and they didn't do it. So when they would say Alderman Tyus, I would say Alderwoman Tyus is here. I would refuse to be called alderperson as a force things, okay? One of the things about being Black is we have had to go through a lot of transitions about what we are called, from the N-word to Negro to colored to Black to African American. Part of that for me is the ability to be called what I want to be called. So I don't want to be called that. I would not ever be addressed that way. I would be opposed to it. So I'm not opposed to you taking City Council out. but I am opposed to it being the board of alderpersons. I think that sometimes I never thought I would say this. We get so woke and so correct that it's ridiculous. And maybe that's just the next generation coming along. But I don't see how this has anything to do with charter reform at all. And I don't think that this has anything to do with the things that we should be focusing on. This is something that if you say we don't want to be doing gender, referring to the mayor as he, instead it says he or she, that I agree with, because it should be he or she. And anytime you can have a pronoun that says he or she, I'm agreeing with that, okay? But when you start to say we have to be alderpersons so that people will feel woke, I don't want to be that woke. I'm not that woke. I'm fine with the Board of Aldermen. And as you said yourself, Chicago and many cities have the Board of Aldermen. And I think we should be uniquely different from the county, unless we are really, if that's our agenda to make it at some point, we're going to merge with the county, then we ought to start saying that, because that's what I felt like that when we went to 14 wards, is that all is preparing us to merge with the city and the county and doing it in a way that people don't know. And all this transparency that we talked about has not occurred over these last few years with Proposition D or Proposition S. They have not been transparent, and this is just another thing. So I can't support your amendment just because I'm not willing to compromise and say to go to the Board of Alderpersons or go to city council. So I'm hoping that we're just defeated at the polls, whatever gets pushed.
I certainly understand your viewpoint there, and I know that I made the mistake of calling you Alderman all of one time, and never made that mistake again. So I certainly appreciate the feedback. This is not my. I wouldn't be trying to carry this amendment if it weren't for the spirit of compromise, because I don't want to have the generic title of city council.
And I understand. I'm just saying I'm not opposed to what you're doing. I understand what you're trying to do. But like I said, that's the good thing. This has to go to the polls. It has to have a 60%. If you're not listening to the people who are weighing in on this end of town, there's a way for us to weigh in at a different time. And as I said before, we used to kill Ward Capital every time it came up from North St. Louis. And only because Freeman Bosley didn't listen did it get passed. But everything that we said was going to happen, happened, and I have documented it. So I am not willing to go with these things anymore. I'm not willing to trust people who have not been trustworthy in their intents. And I don't think that's you. I think that you are being in the spirit of compromise, but I'm not, because I don't think this is a good thing. And the Alderman from the 11 makes a good point about we have spent money, because when we went to 14, I saw so many people throw their paper out. Former Alder people who now work for this board, I found her paper in the trash can. I actually took my for stationery and cut the top off and used it for a scratch pad and had it made that way, because I am not wasteful like that. So I was uncomfortable with that. We have so many things we can't fund. Every time I drive through my streets, I've broken 2 axle rods. If I go to my alleys, they're filthy because you can't pick up the trash. If I go through my neighborhoods, I've never, in the 20th ward, because that's what I have a lot of now, was a upper middle class Black ward. It looks horrible now. And we're sitting here talking about the name change, not the services that people need. I know I'm not going to support that. What we need to be talking about is how we can pick up trash twice a week, how we can cut grass, how we can tear down buildings that need to be, those that can be saved, we need to board up. But we're in these weeds of making people feel good and being woke, and we're not addressing charter reform and things that will be best for the city. This is a bunch of nonsense is the way I find it. It's that when there's so many other things, when we were talking about people dying on Natural Bridge, and now we got this travesty down Natural Bridge, and where we put all this ugly concrete, it's not in any way helpful for a commercial corridor, because nobody heard it. And so some young people just threw it out there. And now I picked up the community that has it because I never let it happen to mine. And the people hate it. And you don't listen. You just continue to stuff things down people's throat. And because you want it and you just got here and you have no respect, I hope all these people who are not listening get to spend a long time here and that the people show them the total disrespect that they show. Because one alderman told me early on that it would be better when all the old people leave, and he knows who he is. And what it would be better if we had some older people who knew what they were talking about and could speak to the charter and knew there was a charter and could speak to things of importance. I'm hearing people texting me now saying, really, Sharon, this is what you guys are talking about? Yes, this is what we're talking about, but this is not charter reform. This is not any life-changing events, and we should not be spending time on this. If we can't find ways to cut grass, and we can't find ways to spend $500 million and the other $500 million, and we can't find ways to make this city better, which I've not seen, I've only seen it get worse and worse. Talking about changing to the city council so some other people can feel better is not a good compromise to me. And I don't think you have any bad intent. I thank you for even bringing up in the first place, because I should have, that we cannot have a board bill with all these multiple things. Good looking out. I appreciate you. And I do know what you're doing. I just can't support it that way. Thank you.
Absolutely, Alderwoman. I agree with you on, the trash getting picked up, the streets getting paved, people feeling safe on their streets. And I can tell you that right here, I don't know if you can see it, but the notepad says 24th Ward on it.
Yes, that's what mine does. And I just, again, I have no further questions. I appreciate that the alderman from the 4th is one of the people that I respect, who does try to do his homework and actually tries to know some things and will ask questions if he doesn't. But I can't support this. I won't support it. And as I said before, the two other ladies that I'm working with, we do have a significant voice in North St. Louis, and we need to be organizing now because, as I said before, what happened at Julia Davis shook my people to the core, and I got lots of feedback for it. I wasn't able to be there, but I got lots of feedback. But I had already told the comptroller, who I have a long-term relationship, look at what's coming here. People tend to want to pick Black leadership and not deal with it, not sit down and negotiate with it. That is the whole point of having Black leadership picked by Black people, so that when you sit down, you don't get a watered down version of what white people want. You get the version of what Black people want. And I want to say also, sometimes you need to sit down with conservative white people too, because they don't always agree with you. And it doesn't have to be about race. They just don't agree with you. And this is supposed to be a city that's inclusive. And I see it being less and less as it gets younger and new people get down here. They have no clue except for what they want, and they do not try to compromise. So I will not be trying to compromise with them, because I think this is a bad idea, and this doesn't have anything to do with charter reform. If you want to change the pronouns, that's okay. That's it. But all this other stuff, and when we get to it, I want to ask the sponsor some questions about the board bill, but I'll wait until we get to pass this amendment, and then I'll speak to the questions I have about the original board bill. I have no further questions or comments.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Any further discussion on the amendment? Right. Then it was moved by the alderman from the 4th, seconded by the alderman from the 14th, that we adopt amendment number 1 to Board Bill 76. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanier, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Pass.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
No.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
No.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. 3 aye votes and 10 no votes.
By your vote, you failed to sustain the motion for the alderman from the 4th. Alderman from the 3rd, you are recognized again on Board Bill number 76.
Thank you, Madam President. With that, I would ask for everyone's favorable consideration on Board Bill 76, floor substitute.
Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the alderman from the 3rd would yield.
The alderman from the 3rd yield to questioning from the alderwoman from the 12th.
I will.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Thank you. So I know your replacement of pronouns, which you've been doing for a while, which I think is a good idea. You've done that with other places in either board bills or rules or whatever. And I agree with that because I think people should be called the pronoun that they want to be called. So what is a modern method of advertisement? Are you saying that besides the newspapers, which they now refer to, that it would be online, or tell me what modern advertisement?
That's correct, Alderwoman. As you are probably more aware than some others, we currently are required to advertise in the, I believe it's called the daily or weekly, basically, requiring that we advertise in the Post-Dispatch, printed papers, and also, the City Journal. This would allow for us to post things online. And so, advertising on the city's website would be, considered sufficient notification, which I think is, where most cities are probably doing their work in terms of notifying the public at this point in time. And, a lot of people are not buying print publications any longer either.
So then it would take, okay, so 2 things. One, when this came about, it was actually, we had more than one newspaper. So
Right.
You might remember, right. Okay, so are we taking away the newspaper requirement? Because a lot of older people still are not online to get noticed. So are we just adding the ability to?
It's adding the ability to update online.
Okay, all right. So, but we would still do the newspaper?
That's my understanding, Alderwoman, yeah.
Okay, what are modern departmental names? Is that going back to, so are we doing what Alderman Browning was doing in his board bill, or what are modern departmental names? I'll just ask it that way.
So in my opening remarks, Alderwoman, you might have caught, I said that there's still a lot more work to be done around this bill, and that is one of the items that I think we need to dive further into. So this bill will specifically address some of the departments in terms of their names, like the Department of Welfare that's referenced in the charter, updating that, to reflect what is currently being done. So there's several departments that would be changed. I'll say this, the Department of Personnel also reached out to me to ask if we could include the Department of Personnel in the modernizing language, because most places don't have a Department of Personnel anymore. They have a Department of Human Resources. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time to be able to go through. I literally had lists upon lists upon lists of people who wanted to make more changes to modernizing the language, pertaining to the departments and other kind of facets therein. But this is going predominantly with the recommendations that came over from the Charter Commission with respect to updating department names. So the Department of Welfare is just one that comes to mind.
So when we're changing the charter, which it already has all this. You don't think we have to be specific in what we're changing it to?
There's an exhibit, Alderwoman, that enumerates all of that.
Okay.
And that exhibit was worked on in conjunction with city councilors.
Oh, I'm sorry. Does the exhibit have all the names?
It does.
Okay, and so give me an example. So I know about human resources and besides personnel, but what would be other updated names?
You'll have to forgive me, Alderwoman. I don't have the exhibit pulled up in front of me.
Okay, me either. That's why I was trying to get a cheat sheet from you. Okay, let me go online and see. That's all right, because don't spend any more time on it. So I will look it up, because this is just going to be perfection anyway. So I will look it up. Is there anything else that, let me see.
Alderwoman, I have to clarify. So there was an exhibit with the original bill. The floor substitute is essentially directing the city councilor to go through the exhibit and update, the language pertaining to departments.
And that would be after we voted on then the city council would be able to give the names of what our divisions was?
Correct.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you. I have no further questions, Madam President.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, then Alderman from the 3rd, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President. I did not expect to have quite this much debate today on this bill. I'm glad that we had the opportunity to deliberate and even consider an amendment, and would ask for everyone's favorable consideration. And with that, I renew my motion.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 14th, that we perfect Board Bill number 76. Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Apologies. Alderman from the 3rd, you still need to make the motion to perfect the bill. You only made the motion to adopt the floor sub.
Forgive me, there was quite a long journey in between those motions.
A lot of motions today.
So I move to perfect Board Bill 76 floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 3rd, seconded by the Alderman from the 9th, that we perfect Board Bill number 76 floor substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Aye. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
I'll call her name again. Alderwoman Tyus.
Oh.
Alderwoman Boyd.
No.
Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. She wasn't here. 9 aye votes and 4 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 3rd to perfect Board Bill number 76 floor substitute.
That's the extent of board bills for perfection.
Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the committee. Voting on the prevailing side for Board Bill 30 as amended, I would like to make a motion to reconsider the bill.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderman from the 7th, that we can reconsider Board Bill number 30. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus. Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd. 10 aye votes and 2 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 14th. If you could please place Board Bill number 30, floor substitute, back at the end of the regular perfection calendar.
So noted.
I think we're still back on perfection, regular perfection.
Board Bill 30, floor sub, sponsored by Alderman Aldridge, President Green, Alderman Narayan, Alderwoman Velazquez, and Alderwoman Sanye. An ordinance submitted to the qualified voters of the City of St. Louis, a proposal to change Article 16, Section 3 of the Charter of the City of St. Louis to permit the Board of Aldermen to increase the amount of any item in the appropriation proposed in the city's annual budget ordinance, except amounts fixed by statute or for the payment of principal or interest in the city debt, or for meeting any ordinance obligation, and calling for an election for voting on said change, and the manner of voting at the election, and the publication and certification, deposit, and recording of the as required by Article 6, Section 33 of the Missouri Constitution, containing an emergency clause.
Alderman from the 14th, you are recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move to perfect Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we perfect Board Bill number 30, floor substitute. Alderman, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Members of the board, I move to adopt the floor substitute for Board Bill 30. Floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt the floor substitute to Board Bill, I guess a new floor substitute to Board Bill 30, floor substitute. Is there any discussion?
Yes.
Alderman from the 4th, did you?
Did I?
On the floor, on the motion? Okay. Okay. Madam Clerk, if you could please add Alderman Narayan as a co-sponsor on the floor substitute.
So noted.
Okay. Alderwoman from the 12th, is your hand up on the motion to adopt the new floor substitute, or are you wanting to speak on the bill in general?
I'm trying to do a point of inquiry because I didn't understand if we're already on the third reading and final passage of board bills and the alderman did a motion to reconsider the vote, that would just be reconsidering the vote. It doesn't move it back to the next two. You have to do a motion to move it back to perfection before you can do that. You can't just take it off the third reading.
Apologies, we thought that it was in one motion, but I'm now being told that it was not in the. So we will entertain the second motion to move it back to the perfection calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I would like to make a motion to move Board Bill 30, floor substitute, back to the perfection calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we move Board Bill number 30, floor substitute, back to the regular perfection calendar. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
Present.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
No. Aye. Aye.
Thank you. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Boyd. 10 aye votes, 1 no vote, and 1 voted present.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman for the 14th. Board Bill 30, floor substitute, is now on the regular perfection calendar. Alderman from the 14th, you are now recognized on the perfection of Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move to perfect Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we perfect Board Bill number 30, floor substitute. Alderman, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move that we adopt the new floor substitute to Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
It's been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adopt the new floor substitute to Board Bill 30, floor substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone. Alderman Narayan. Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman. Thank you. You're not Balmer. No. I have to come back to him. Alderwoman Velazquez. Alderwoman Sanye. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys. Oh, Jesus.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
I don't know if we can do this. No.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge.
Aye.
President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Cone.
Aye.
Alderman Balmer. Alderwoman Boyd. 10 aye votes and 2 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman for the 14th. Alderman, you are now recognized on Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This is the 3rd time we've seen this bill. I appreciate all my committee members' support on this. This board bill gives the Board of Aldermen the ability to increase the budget. Right now, it's in the charter where we cannot, as well as instead of going back to ENA once the budget committee passes it out, it will come directly to the board. There was some language that we added a few weeks ago that shouldn't have been in there, that said the Board of Aldermen shall in no case appropriate or reappropriate budget reserves, that we are striking out, and then the one under that is already in the bill, so it's being redundant. So we're getting rid of the redundant language of B and getting rid of that reappropriation language, because with that being in there, we could not, in a bad case, if the city goes and to debt be able to appropriate and reappropriate. And I close for any discussion.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Alderwoman from the 12th.
Madam President, members of the board, if the Alderman from the 14th would yield.
The Alderman from the 14th yield to questioning from the Alderwoman from the 12th.
Sure, yes, I do.
Alderwoman, you may proceed.
Okay, I'm sorry, you went kind of fast. What are you amending the amendment to, please?
I am presenting a floor substitute to strike out on page 2, line number 10. That was new language that was added last session or last meeting, where it says the Board of Aldermen shall in no case appropriate or reappropriate budget reserves and operations or expenses. And then that next paragraph is already redundant in the charter in case of its disapproval. Once it comes back to the board, because it will skip E&A, it gives the mayor the ability to do the line item veto. But we are skipping, currently the process is once it's passed out of committee, it goes back to E&A to get the approval. Under this wouldn't happen, but we're getting rid of redundancy and language in there that would not allow the board to appropriate or reappropriate any reserves in our budget.
So the new language would be the board would be able to appropriate reserves in our budget?
That is
what
yes, ma'am, we already can do that. We added language in there. It was an error that it would force the board not to appropriate or reappropriate, which ultimately we can never approve a budget because in the budget it's already reserved. So the board can already appropriate and reappropriate reserves. This language was problematic, so it needs to come out. And that was on my end, adding it.
And it's your understanding that we can appropriate reserves, or
Yes.
could we, and per what? That we can appropriate anything?
Per our ordinance that we could be able to appropriate, just like we appropriate
We're
funds.
talking about what we're getting ready to change, not what we currently have as power now. Is that what?
Yes, ma'am, this is already what we can do. This was added in that stopped us from being able to do that. So what I'm doing is not actually changing anything with reserves. Originally, I changed it where we couldn't appropriate and reappropriate, and I'm taking that out. This is a function that the Board of Aldermen already has.
So let me say again. So it is your contention that right now, today, if we wanted to appropriate a budget, we could. Is that what you're saying?
Say that again.
Is it your contention that not talking about this bill, that currently the Board of Aldermen can appropriate funds that we have someplace sitting around, that we have the ability to do that right now? Is that your contention?
So we already could appropriate. That's what we do through the budget process. This is talking about the reserve. So just in case if the Board of Aldermen is in a fiscal, or the City of St. Louis in a fiscal emergency, the Board of Aldermen, that reserves for it to be able to appropriate it to go to a department or for whatever reason, that would have to start at the Board of Aldermen, which we already have that function. I put in language that would took away that function. So I'm scratching out that language to say that we can be able to appropriate or reappropriate the reserves. We already can appropriate the current budget as it stands now.
What we do with the current budget is a budget that is sent over by the mayor, and if the mayor doesn't do it, it's sent over by the budget director. And then we vote on that, and we can take funds out. We cannot, at this point, add funds in.
Correct.
We can do other things, like when we had the ARPA funds when they first came. We can write a board bill that suggests what should be done with it, but we actually cannot appropriate it, because if 2/3 of E&A does not say we can do that, we cannot do that. So I'm trying to understand now what you are saying. So now you're saying that if we have funds left over and we feel like that that should go to, let's say, streets, because we don't have enough money to pick up trash, you're saying that we could then reappropriate money that's sitting around in a reserve to pick up trash. Is that what I'm hearing?
So just like you said with the ARPA fund, right? How the board, those funds started with the board it was a board bill. And in that board bill, it talks about appropriating $800,000 for medical debt, right? And then it still goes to E&A. That is the same thing that we can do with reserves. It starts at the board. If we were in a fiscal emergency, I made a mistake by putting that we would never be able to do that. So if we went into a crash, a stock market, and our budget was in negative and we needed to tap into our reserves, which we have, I think over 100-some million in our reserves. This language that was in there that I'm striking out, the Board of Aldermen could not be able to approve any type of reappropriation to be able to do that for our reserves.
So you understand the reason we have reserves is for numerous reasons, including our credit rating and bond rating and other things, right?
Yes.
So then you're saying that we would have the ability to override something that should be the comptroller or the comptroller and mayor, and just put it in a board bill and send it over to the mayor and comptroller. Now, I don't understand.
No, what I'm saying is I am taking out language that I was trying to create new. This Board of Aldermen has been able to, and as of to this day, can appropriate and reappropriate reserves. That is nothing new. With our great credit rating and bond rating that we've been hearing the comptroller come to, that has nothing new. I added new language that wouldn't allow that, which we're taking that out. So we're going back.
Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. Let you finish. So what I'm hearing is that then we would put a board bill together and appropriate this money and send it over to the comptroller and the mayor without E&A saying that they agree with this. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. Then I'm not understanding what you're trying to do, because what I hear is that if we try to do that and E&A doesn't agree with it, they're going to vote. They're going to vote it down. So I don't understand what we're doing, what we have additionally that we're doing if we don't work with E&A. That's what I'm trying to understand.
So just like once E&A passed a budget, right, it goes to the committee. From committee, it goes to the board. We vote on that to move funds. If E&A had to appropriate or bring funds to the board through a board bill, we would not be able to do that to tap into the reserve. So that, with the language that I have, that's why I'm striking it out. We're going back to what we've already been able to do. It's nothing new, but the new language had made it where if it comes to the board through E&A, we cannot pass it through a board bill because that language has said we cannot appropriate or reappropriate.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none. Alderman from the 14th, you're recognized to close.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This is, like I say, the third iteration of the bill. When we first passed it, I remind the public and on record, this had got unanimous support from the people that's in the room, as well as originally got the support of the Alderwoman from the 11th and 12th. Hope I continue to have your support on this piece of legislation because it was supported beforehand. It's the same bill, and we took out the reappropriation. So I hope we can stay consistent and send this to the voters. And with that, I move to perfect Board Bill 30, floor substitute.
Been moved by the Alderman from the 14th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 6th, that we perfect Board Bill 30, floor substitute. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer. Aye. Alderman Oldenburg. Aye. Alderman Cone. Aye. Alderman Narayan. Aye. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Velasquez. Alderwoman Sanier. Alderwoman Spencer. Alderman Browning. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard. Alderwoman Keys.
No.
Alderwoman Tyus.
No.
Alderwoman Boyd. Alderman Aldridge. President Green.
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg. Alderman Vollmer. Alderwoman Boyd. 10 aye votes and 2 no votes.
By your vote, you sustain the motion from the Alderman from the 14th to Respect Board Bill number 30, floor substitute.
That's the extent of perfection of the board bills for perfection.
Report of engrossment.
Board Bill 13 as amended.
Third reading and final passage of board bills consent.
Board Bill 13 as amended.
Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to adopt the third reading and final passage of board bills on the consent calendar.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adopt the third reading and final passage of board bills on consent calendar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we third read and finally pass the board bills on the consent calendar. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderwoman Schweitzer, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Cone, Alderman Narayan, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Velazquez, Alderwoman Sanye, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Browning, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Tyus,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd, Alderman Aldridge, President Green,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Keys, Alderwoman Boyd, 10 aye votes, and she was frozen. Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Balmer, Alderwoman Keys,
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd, 11 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, you have sustained the motion from the Alderwoman from the 10th to third read and finally pass the aforementioned bills. Third reading and final passage of board bills.
We have none.
Report of the finally passed and signed by the President.
Board Bill 13 as amended.
All other business being suspended, the President shall in open session affix her signature hereto to the end that these may become law. First reading of resolutions in reference to committees.
We have none.
Second reading of resolutions, committee reports, and adoptions.
Report from the Public Safety Committee, Resolution 90 as amended, sponsored by Alderman Narayan, Crime Prevention Program Funds.
Alderman from the 4th, you're recognized on the report from the Public Safety Committee.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'm happy to announce that we passed resolution number 90 as amended, and that is what funded the Prop S programs. If you look at Exhibit A of Resolution 90, it has the funding breakdown, which will be going to those respective organizations. Thank you.
Miscellaneous and unfinished business.
We have none.
Announcements.
Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, full board meeting at 10 a.m. via webinar. Thursday, August 15th, 2024, special committee on reducing red tape at the Northside Economic Empowerment Center. The address is 4248 Cottage, and that is at 5 p.m. God bless you. Friday, August 16th, 2024, full board meeting in the chambers at 10 a.m. That's the extent of the announcements.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 10th.
I just have a few. First, I want to announce that next Thursday, St. Louis Shakespeare Festival will present its Free Shakespeare in the Park event on Thursday, again, August the 15th. This is a free performance at 6:30. This is our third year hosting them in the 10th Ward. We have a really good time that night. The play is called The Tempest, again, and this is at Ivory Perry Park. on Belt Avenue, just north of Del Mar. Again, it's always a safe, fun, family-free event. There's always food there, and so please, if you can join us, to do so. And then my other announcement is personal, but I'm also reaching out to any other parent that's listening that's dropping their baby off to college this weekend or early next week like I am. Just know I'm praying for you, not only for traveling grace, but peace in your mind and peace in your heart, that your baby is going to be okay at college in their first year. And please, if you need any help with anything, there are so many people that reach out and say they want to support people, and there are still resources out there. So if there's a parent struggling like me with making sure they have everything for their baby, reach out to me and I will connect you. But again, prayers, traveling grace, love and support to every parent who is sending their baby off to college for the first year. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 11th.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to announce this community meeting this evening at the O'Fallon Rec Center, sponsored by the committee man and committee woman. That meeting begins at 6 p.m. this evening at the O'Fallon Rec Center, 4343 West Florida. Thank you.
Any further announcements? Alderman from the 14th.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. As we reminisce and celebrate and love and cry and all come together on the 10-year anniversary of the Ferguson uprising and the death of Michael Brown Jr. Tomorrow, on the 1-year anniversary at 9 a.m. at Normandy High School, there will be a All Roads Leads to Ferguson Unity Walk, where we will start at Normandy High School at 9 a.m. and walk from Normandy to Ground Zero. This will be open for everybody, so please come out. Also, please follow Chosen for Change, which is Mike Brown Sr.'s in CAL's organization. They've planned a lot of great events starting from August 1st, and they've been going since then, and there will be events leading up after the 9th, but again, tomorrow at 9 a.m. at Normandy High School, which is 6701 South Charles Rock Road. There will be a All Roads Leads to Ferguson Unity Walk, and hope everybody can come. I know I'll be there, Madam President, and I know Alderwoman from the 7th, and hope everybody else can also come, so thank you.
Any further announcements? Any further announcements? Alderwoman from the 10th, you're recognized on the motion to excuse.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I make the motion to excuse the alderman from the 2nd ward for necessary absence.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we excuse the Alderman from the 2nd for necessary absence. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Alderwoman from the 10th, you are recognized on the motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I move that we adjourn until Tuesday, August the 13th at 10 a.m. via webinar.
It's been moved by the Alderwoman from the 10th, seconded by the Alderwoman from the 7th, that we adjourn Friday, August 13th at 10 a.m. via webinar. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned.